what a contract looks like, learn what club is looking for what. Are they just looking for a good band to play or a good artist to play for a built-in crowd? Or are they trying to get you to bring people into their establishment? Learn that, as much as you can about it, so you know when you're going into it that you're not getting screwed over, or just understanding how it works.
Great. Now the next question is, these numbers are arbitrary. You list more than them, list a little few less than them. What are a few key mistakes that artists make when approaching presenters or agents and trying to get their music into a space? Like, what are some of the, when people do this, it's an immediate next.
I'll go first. Number one thing for me is I'll get an email that says, I want to play your venue. No band name, no artist name, nothing. Just, I want to play your room. Well, delete.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Brandon said first, was understand the lay of the land before you approach anybody, so that you can have an intelligent conversation from the beginning. And to Brandon's point, make sure that you over-communicate to a degree so that we have all the tangible information we need in front of us to make a decision quickly about whether or not we want to book you.
Yeah, beautiful. And that kind of goes back to something Christian was talking about yesterday, to have that one page that is so simple and makes it so easy. And here's another one. Has there ever been an artist that you didn't know, and maybe sight unseen may have been like, no, this is not somebody I would represent, or I would do something, but then they did something that made you say, you know what, let me look a little bit deeper into this artist. And so what are some things that perhaps if you're on that cusp, you're playing local, you're doing something, you want to jump in, that maybe an experience of yours where you've had an artist where you've like, I wouldn't have given it a second thought, but man, this was so appealing, or this was so this, and I really wanted to look more, and now they're doing their thing.
I think there's a multitude of things that you can do to catch someone's attention. You want to stay relevant, and you want other people to champion your music and your movement as well. I think Brandon and I book people all the time, and the first time we ever hear about them is when we got the email. And so, I do have younger people, younger generation, that I will call and say, hey man, you guys listening to this? And based off of their opinion, that might be why I pulled the trigger on booking the show. Oftentimes it really is, because there's so much music in the marketplace now, it's hard to know about everything. There was a point in time where we could really cheat, right? We could look at sound scans, and we could look at media, BDS, media play, what the radio stations were playing, and we could make a educated guess on whether or not we could sell tickets in the marketplace or not. But because of the digital thing, I refer on other ears often.
Yeah, I would definitely second that. It was a lot easier back in the day when you had something tangible. You'd be like, this artist has sold this many records and is played on the radio and yada, yada, yada. But now it's, TikTok artists are being signed left and right. And I get hit up every day with the newest TikTok guy that I don't know. I'll hit up our interns, I'll hit up other people, and, I have to ask people. Sometimes, I get a cold call, email or whatever about a band, and I listen to them, and the music's just there. I'm probably going to try to find something for them. If the music is just that good, I'm going to be like, all right, there's something there. I don't know what it is, but let's find an opening spot for you here, or whatever. So,
yeah, beautiful. Have you found that the metrics, or what metrics, I should ask you, have you found that really do nowadays in this TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, all of these different things? Is there a metric that you, like, this one is a pretty good indication of whether they'll be able to sell well in the marketplace? And vice versa, have you seen some people with like, man, these guys are viral online, but I can't put a butt in a seat when they kind of come in?
Yeah, I think engagement is important. I think it's a difference between fans and followers. Like, some people follow you just because they're nosy and they want to kind of see what you're doing, but they're not really interested in putting money in your pocket, right? So they're kind of curious. So engagement, like you can have 1 million followers, but if 10 people are liking your stuff and there's no, like the comments don't go deep about anything you post, that's kind of my gauge in terms of whether or not people are going to really rock with you if we put you on stage.
Yeah, that's insightful. I appreciate that, man. Anything else to add?
Yeah, the metrics thing these days, it's really hard because you can look at a Spotify number and go, wow, you get a lot of traction. I don't know what that means as far as ticket sales. You know, there's the city list on the side, you know, your top 5, you know, Atlanta's your top 5th market, right? I look at that and I go, okay, that means something. I don't know what it means, but it means more than not being in the top 5. So we do look at it. Sometimes that's all we have to go by. If an agent's saying, here's my new act, well, there's some reason the agent signed him, right? So I've got to listen to him or her as much as I can and look at those metrics from Spotify. TikTok you can't really look at because it's, you know, worldwide and there's no city, you know, directive. So you just kind of got to go and trust people and trust the agents and hopefully those numbers make some sense.
Yeah, I like that. That's really helpful, I think, because nowadays I think a lot of artists are wondering what that is. And, you know, when you're on a certain level and you have maybe Pollstar, Poll Tracker, where you can kind of see what tickets sell, but you have to sort of be playing those places to get to that point, right? And so I guess what is one thing, I guess, and this sort of just builds on what you were saying, but is there that one sort of thing that you guys do look to, or the industry looks to as a whole, that's like a Pollstar or like something like that, that sort of allows you to sort of have that indication?
I mean, you kind of answered the question, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you are at a certain level, Pollstar matters, right? Your ticket history matters. We can look through that and decipher that. But if you're not on that level, I think the one thing that all of us have in common is, like, we're all music fans, right? I'm here because I love music. So if the music is good and it moves me, as Brandon just said, we'll find a way to get you on stage some kind of way. I paid for a lot of shows more people should have watched, in my opinion. Like, I booked some great bands and didn't sell any tickets. I had a fabulous time until it was time to settle up. You know, I've had that more often than I wanted to. But I think, yeah, if the music's good, we'll find a way to work with you.
Yeah, I have a saying now, if I really like it, you're probably not selling tickets, and I'm going to enjoy it. But yeah, it's back to knowing people, word of mouth, talking to enough people, trying to get their gauge on it, you know, back to going to interns, you know, the younger crowd, they may be like, dude, yeah, they're hot right now. Like, awesome. That means something. I'll look into it, you know.
We'd love to take some questions from the audience. Can we have I don't know if Eric or anybody has some access to some wireless mics right now that we can use? Definitely want to make sure that we capture all the audio. All right, there's 2 mics up here if anyone wouldn't mind grabbing said mics. Thank you, Neil and Micah. Everyone give it up for our Neil and Micah here. Volunteering. I think Eric went to grab some boxes of coffee for you guys, so. All right, so we had questions again? So yeah, Monica. And again, if you wouldn't mind just saying your name and where you're from.
Sure. My name is Monica, and I'm from Nashville. I just have a really quick sort of like technical question. In terms of, as an independent musician reaching out independently, what music would you like sent to you, and what format would you like that in? What is the easiest way to get you to listen to it?
The easiest way possible, I don't have to search for it, whether it be an EPK is great. That way I click on it, it's got everything there. I find when people send me Instagram pages, I find that it's a little harder. Like, I got to click on your page. Hey, I got to be signed into Instagram. Then I got to see if you have that link at the bottom that links to everything, which I get it, but it's also like, just send me something where I just click, there's one thing, I'm good. The easier the better. Yes.
Would you rather have a clip, like a 2-minute clip, or would you rather have a whole video of something?
Both's nice. Like a video gives me, more real-time, what it really is. A clip is fine, but, seeing something is cool too.
I'll follow that up with, would you rather a live performance or like a clip of, here's my latest record type of situation?
For me, a live performance just shows me what it is live, right? You can sound great on a record and not so good live, right? So if I see a live clip that's, it's going to give me a real example of what you're doing.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree, yeah.
Yeah, we have a question in the back, right next to you. Can't see who it is.
Hey, Victor Wu.
That's
Oh,
Nashville, Tennessee.
excuse me, stranger. Did someone escort him out, please?
I snuck in here. What is the best way as a musician to make money these days? Other than playing live?
I was going to say, playing live is where you're making your money. That's on a different level than me. I know, I've heard you can't make money streaming, not enough anyway. If you have a label, the label's taking most of it. So, merchandise, you make a lot of money on merchandise and touring live.
I was just talking to Mike about this. Everybody in the music business has to find their way in the media business, right? So I think the more content that you can create will help, in monetizing your YouTubes and things of that sort. So that could be, intentional lifestyle moments. That could be a bunch of your shows live, whatever it is, just to engage long-form content where people can watch it and on monetizable platforms, I think are going to help. And, I'm sure at this point, we all, at least I did, during the shutdown, kind of pivoted to sync music and sync money, right? So I hope everybody in here made a little bit. And if not, you need to definitely look into the sync space. But media as a whole, I think that's kind of where we need to go. And, to Brandon's point, I mean, the ticket is really the only place consumer can put real resources that they earned in your pocket. So they're not buying tickets and then coming in and supporting you on the merch side. Yeah, you got to give it to them on the media platform.
So could you elaborate on exactly what sync means when you have sync rights, sync publishing, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, so that's when your music is played within film, TV, and advertisement.
Yeah.
Can I just turn it right back on him and ask him his thoughts on that?
Sure.
Yeah,
Victor?
he should be up here.
Answering it, I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, I'm old school, so
Right.
people, when I was young, television was free, and we paid for our music.
Yep.
Now it's totally reversed.
Right.
We're all musicians, and if I asked when the last time any of us bought a record, we'd be shocked. So we're in a business that even the people in the business don't support, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm just trying to figure it out, and I know that touring does it. But, it's like you're saying, you have to be a content creator these days. You have to learn how to edit videos, and you have to do it every day, which is not what I want to do. I want to play my bass every day.
Yeah.
Practice. So do I just video myself practicing?
But that might work. Like you are such a renowned musician that I could see young cats just watching you practice and learning, right? You could almost give digital classes and make money, man. Like you are that good. And if you don't know it, you are that respected in the game.
But it's because of my 40-year career.
But that's how I'm trying to tell you. You got to bottle it up and repackage it. The other thing I tell people in our age group is like, go back and press vinyl. Like, just don't do T-shirts. If I were you, I'd be selling vinyl and I'd be selling CDs and not necessarily using it as merch, but selling the experience at the show. Because I would probably spend $30 if you sign my piece of vinyl after your show. I'd probably spend $50. I would consider that too. Premium merch, not just T-shirts that are gonna be faded after I wash it the first time, but like something really more
words.
special, yeah.
Cool. Thank you for that.
Awesome. I'm going to have, right here, up front.
Hey, my name is Celise. I have 2 questions. One, I hear all the time that artist development doesn't exist anymore, right? So my question to y'all is, how do you feel that the lack of artist development and the progression of media, social media, TikTok, all that has affected live performance experiences and the lack of ticket sales when it comes to artists?
I don't like it, like, to be honest with you, right? And so, and it's interesting because I'm teaching that age group, and so I have to be a motivator and not so critical. And I just came to the terms like, my parents' music wasn't really my music, and my music was not their music, and so their music isn't mine, right? And I can give so many examples of live shows where there's no personality, and to your point, no development. There's no melody, there's even no theme in these songs that they're writing. They're just rapping to be rapping, and there's no hooks, but it's not for me, so I don't have to like it. They can make a comfortable living, God bless them, but I don't necessarily enjoy it all. But if we want to stay relevant, we got to learn how to tolerate it and work in it and appreciate it some kind of way. But it's not as good as it used to be. And these kids aren't as open to collaboration and suggestions as we were. We were coachable. So I don't know where that has come from. The microwave of the phone has made them think they're better than they are sometimes. But then it wins or it works. So it's hard to even argue with them on that. So I just kind of let them have it. I take my 16-year-old daughter to school every day, and I cringe most times when she is DJing the car ride to school, but it is what it is.
Let your kid touch the radio?
Unfortunately, she's a girl, man. I don't know how to say no.
As far as artist development, you talk about like bands coming in, paving their way.
Yeah, like I guess what would your opinion be on the importance of artist development when it comes to like live performance experiences, creating this show, to set people apart from other artists who may not take that seriously?
I like that side of it. I like seeing a band start off from nothing and building a fan base and growing into bigger rooms, right? I, fortunately and unfortunately, deal with a lot of agents that sign these TikTok people, and I'm not dogging on TikTok. There's some successful TikTok artists out there, but when I get a call from an agent and they say, here's Joe Schmo, give me your offer for center stage, and I'm like, well, that's a 1,000 cap room. What's he done? Well, he's big on TikTok. Has he played a show? No, he's not played a show. And I'm like, oh. So, but fortunately I've got to deal with the agent, and if I trust the agent, I may put them in that room, and most of the time they sell out. Mm-hmm. And I don't cringe over it, but I'm just like, man, where's the development? Where's the driving in a van, going to a club, unloading your gear, doing what you need to do to get the roots of how you actually tour and do it.
Yeah, I think that last part you could be elaborated on too. Like sometimes even working with the team attached to that fast growth, like they don't know how to move properly with even in the venue on the backside when it comes to settlement and things of that sort. So the development is even lacking a little bit on the professional side as well. So just be mindful of that.
Yeah, I do think that those things will probably show up later on as well, because you can't shortcut lessons. Lessons have to be had. So even if you get a jump start, sometimes if you keep sweeping the stuff under the rug you don't know, you have a bunch of stuff under a rug. So I think just to sort of piggyback on that, I just feel like it's going to be something that even if people just blew up online and they have they sell out a venue, again, they may not know how to continue to use that to continue to grow, to continue to build their footprint, or to continue to even just build the relationship. They're like, I'm supposed to talk to the venue owner so I can come back and make sure that there's a great relationship there. I didn't know anything about that. So it may feel good, you know, but it's like McDonald's, you know, it's like, oh, it kind of tasted decent going down, those fries, but then I'm hungry again 20 minutes later, right? So it may not actually bring, you really can't shortcut life and the wisdom that comes with grinding it out in a van, like Brandon was saying.
I
Yeah,
have
it's
a question to piggyback off that, I'm sorry. Similar to performing live and getting the experience and being an artist and having those experiences, if you're an artist who is up and coming and wants to book a tour, get on a tour, play background for someone or sing background for somebody, how do you go about getting those opportunities?
A lot of times it's just impressing the artist that you want to get in front of or somebody on their team directly. Again, hopefully they become a fan of something that you're doing and they want to give you that shot. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Connections, back to the connections thing. Knowing people, if you know somebody that knows their camp, and they pitch you or whatever, that's a big way of doing it. Sometimes it's just a matter of being in, with the same label or with the same agency. Like the agencies are going to put their people with their people, right? Nothing you can do about that. But connections are good on that part.
Sometimes it's a matter of just asking.
Yeah.
I mean, because people may not know. I mean, there's a lot of times, I've been in a space and I've been like, hey, you ever think about, I had a duo tour with Sean Martin. I had a duo tour with Sean Martin, and it was because I was booking for a venue at the time, and he came in and I was like, hey, you know what, we should do it. I was kind of kidding. Depending on how he responded, I was either kidding or I wasn't kidding. I was like, yeah, hey, I would love to do a Vibe piano duo tour. He's like, sure, book it. Shouldn't have said that. I booked the hell out of that. I didn't care what the fee was. I just, you know what I mean? We went through West Texas. He's like, where are we going? I'm just like, I don't really know, but it's going to be fun. But I mean, that sparked off a different level. But sometimes if you don't ask, you have no idea that it's something. And turned out in the future, he was actually nervous about playing solo and believe it or not, I don't know if I ever told you this, but Sput told me that he was nervous about playing in his own trio and doing his own thing, not leaving Snarky, but doing his own side projects until we did that, and he saw how people responded to him by himself, like with just a small group. And then he was like, oh, I can do this. And then his trio albums came out. So it was just because I asked.
Yeah.
And people are afraid to ask. Sometimes you just have to, you have to just understand. And again, but it's that building the relationship like they were talking about. Christian?
Yeah.
And then another thing I was going to say too, like know your value in respective markets, right? Like, so if you see Brandon book something that it is, if curation-wise you make sense on, if you can prove to Brandon that you can sell a few hundred tickets, he's going to book you. Because that way we're not dependent on the headliner to sell all the tickets. At the end of the day, we want to make a return on investment. So we are fans, but we really want to sell tickets. So if you know that you can bring some value to the bottom line, that'll get you on the show.
So you guys represent some dynamic venues, of which that you listed, and as many of us are jazz artists, jazz being the scary four-letter word that it is, I'd like you to say, or how should I set this up? When I'm dealing with a lot of presenters, the common phrase is, oh, we don't do jazz. Jazz doesn't work here. Jazz is hard. Jazz is difficult. Why is jazz hard?
No, it's so niche to a degree. And so to your point, right, there are rooms that focus on that. So, Center Stage may not take that show unless you're big, but there are some smaller clubs in town that live on that. St. James Live here in Atlanta, they do something every Thursday that's jazz focused, every Thursday and Sunday. So there are pockets where it thrives. And a lot of times I think, one of the, I don't want to say, like in a smaller club, it becomes reflective of the personality of the owner, right? St. James, that's a family name. They own it. They are jazz heads. They'll book acts just because that's who they want to see, So they've built their business around jazz as a whole. So I just think that's one of the things you kind of got to dig deeper into the niche of what jazz looks like nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. It is hard to book. if I put jazz in a room, you know, I'm probably not gonna sell that room out unless it's Andre 3000, you know?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm just saying, like,
It's not jazz.
it would have to be a
Something.
pretty big jazz name for, and even that is not a guaranteed sellout. I think what he's saying is it's such a niche that, the club I book, you know, most venues around town don't typically do jazz, so it's harder to do it, right?
Is that because it's a sliding scale of the audience base that is, I mean, just realistically dying off, that was their, you know, when you think of people that go to a theater or are pay tickets to go to a venue, not a club, but a freestanding PAC or theater, you know, are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and that jazz was the music of the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and now we're moving that sliding scale forward, that it's about some of the content, that's how it's presented, that the age group of people that would be buying tickets to come see these shows, is that scale is moving, so they're not as interested in hearing the Great American Songbook. They're now interested in kind of pivoting more forward into the musical journey of America. I don't know if this is a question or if I'm talking through it, but I'm curious. Oh, good, I figured it out. But no, I mean, like, you know, is it the audience? Is that the challenge? Is it the artist? Is it a combination of the both? Because I think that's what we're all trying to figure out.
Is it marketing it, or is it the audience itself that doesn't want to see it?
Right, like, yeah, what do you feel is probably the trickiest part of that?
Everything you said. It's a combination of all of that, right? So to a degree, that age group is a lot older, and they don't go out as often as they used to. We don't go out as often as we used to, right? Regardless of what genre you kind of like the most. So it's a little bit of that. Those who tour well probably tour in you know, in ways you guys don't want to, right? Like, they're gonna pick up a band when they get to town, you know, and that's nerve-wracking for talent and producers, right? Because the rehearsals aren't right, we got a crappy show, but it's probably the most cost-effective way to get it done, you know? So, yeah, it's rough on both sides. It's rough on both sides.
You know, do you feel like it's is it jazz, or is it that the personality needs to be bigger than the genre to an extent? Because if you see Robert Glasper's playing, you're not like, jazz, I can't market that. Forget it. You know, you see, you know, insert other popular name here, you know what I mean? You see Samara Joy's playing, you're not thinking, oh man, I can't market jazz. You know, but of course those are big names, but the name, but we don't even have to go that far to where people want to see the person. So it's almost like there's an authenticity to the, in this day and age, maybe there's, if you heard a person, you're not really thinking, like, I saw Ghost Note, I think, at Center Stage recently. I went and saw Nate and those guys, but I'm thinking Ghost Note, yeah, it's funk, but earlier on, I actually booked one of their earlier tours back in Pompano, and it was a little more, it was funk, but it was a little more jazz and improvisational based. But once you said Ghost Note and you said Spud, everyone was like, yeah, we're going. So, you know, I think it does have a lot to do with what you can market and what you think people will be able to grab onto, and if the only thing you have to grab onto is like, it's a jazz concert, then I think it's going to be a challenge if that's what has to drive the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah, I would agree. You gotta make yourself cool.
Yeah.
And put some branding on that music. You know? Yeah.
Yes, is that Cooley?
Hi. I think there are some really great points and questions here, from like the generational differences in marketing to, you know, Richard, you mentioned the oversaturation of like the music market and like the ecosystem as a whole. I'm curious what you guys' perspective is on non-traditional performance methods. You know, just last night we saw like some band pop out of a U-Haul and like start jamming in the middle of, you know, the city. I'm curious from your perspective, like what is the future of maybe non-traditional methods, DIY methods, if you have any perspective at all.
Go ahead, man.
I think this goes back to the content creation, right? Anything you do that people will see and be like, oh, that looks fun, or that's entertaining, is just going to get more eyeballs on you, whether you're doing something in a club or popping up out of a truck or whatever, right? So it comes back to the what people see online now, and it gets them interested in your music.
Yeah, and then the other thing, I mean, there's no rules anymore, so I would be as creative as possible. But, you know, what you just said sounded cool, right? Somebody in a flatbed popped up and did a show. But if there's no videotape, then in this world, it didn't happen, right? Because it's got to be posted so that other people can get excited about that type of energy. But jazz has a space in soft tickets that is not available to those who are doing like traditional R&B or hip hop or any other kind of genre of music. And so, you know,
Can you
digging
clarify
deeper.
what you mean by soft tickets?
So soft tickets is when the show is free, right? Usually that's curated by a municipality or some foundation who's doing something. You know, the Jazz Festival, City of Atlanta does it every year, right? Well, nobody pays for that. So that's soft ticket. Hard tickets are what they call when you buy a ticket, you know, to go to center stage. So soft ticket space seems to work well for jazz. I'm learning that. I recently started working with a jazz band, and all our shows are soft tickets.
Nice. Right here up front.
How you all doing? Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Melvin. I'm a trumpet player, and the word jazz for me, I'm speaking solely for myself, is a triggering word because of how much history is connected to the word. So I guess a question that comes up for me a lot is, what is jazz? How are we defining it? How are we distinguishing it from hip-hop, R&B, classical music? Because you find so many, and obviously you have to take into account all of the different ingredients that have gone into creating what we call and identify as jazz. But culturally, historically, spiritually, where are the lines? You know, I just came from a completely different musical environment, and I saw people that look like us, and they were having a great time, da 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 da. And you move over into the jazz scene, it's like it's a different realm. Like there's like this threshold that the music doesn't penetrate through, or whatever the case may be. So I don't know if I have a question, more so it may be more of a comment, like how do we, like as an overall community, if we're going to associate ourselves with this word or this idea, how do we expand the parameters of its impactfulness? You know, because I'm gonna be honest, I personally don't like to associate myself with jazz because I don't know what it means anymore.
That's fair.
You know, jazz, like I'm a trumpet player, so jazz for me is like Louis Armstrong, Fats Navarro, you know, Miles, Bird. That's jazz. But you know, Quincy just passed. Obviously, you know, we all know this. Quincy's a jazz musician. Mike, you know, you name it. He runs the gamut of genres, you know, but at the core of who he is and what he represented that type of like black artistry excellence communicated through a certain like sonic palette that was the big band for a long time. He started in the big band. So like where are these parameters now? Where's the branding? Now, what's one thing you did say is like, you gotta get cool. That's not cool no more. You know, it's like you get on stage and it's like, what are you doing? You know, so I don't, you know, I can be very long-winded, but, you know, I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but, you know, just take it however you take it.
Don't worry about offending anybody.
Okay, so, you know, that's That's really where I'm
With
coming
an authentic question, I mean, like, don't go around.
Right. You know, that's really where I'm coming from. Like, what are we going to do? What are we doing? What's happening? Because jazz, like, until it's properly defined, we got to call it something else. To me.
Yeah. Drew's probably most
So-
qualified to answer.
So that's all the time we have. No, I'm just kidding. Love to get into it, but unfortunately, I don't like walking into hornets' nests. No, I mean, listen, I walked into a thing called Jazz Road. I'm well aware of the conversation that's around it. Every time people apply, the question is, am I jazz? Am I not jazz? And I think one of the things that I've taken very seriously, I mean, you could tell hopefully by the programming and the artists that we brought up, I mean, there's a lot of bending in that. It's called that because human beings like to put things into categories. We put ourselves into categories. We just do it. You could sit here and say that we don't want to, but we do. We categorize by how we look, how things look, categorize how things sound. It's just what we do. And it may not be some more overt ways that can actually be construed as negative or obviously things that we want to stay away from, but there's also just other kinds of ways, like who's our people, who's our tribe. We've been tribal since the dawn of time. And that's just kind of the way it is. So these are just other ways that we can continue to find our tribe. I understand some of the problematic history of the word jazz. It is the word that has been proliferated in a lot of our legends and forefathers and use it. But once you start going down and pulling down the string of Black American music, I'd venture to say that almost everything we're listening to is influenced by Black American music. You know what I mean? It's all there. Jazz is an American, it's the American art form. It's our export to the world. So if you want to start trying to pull in trying to rein in that horse, it's going to be a challenging thing. But what we are seeing is a natural blending of these tribes now, I think, musically. We're seeing a natural blending of them, and I think that over time you're going to have people who are more aware of it, just like anything else, like you were bringing up right now. Nicholas Payton loves to BAM, Black American music. You're going to see people who are doing that maybe before their time, before the culture's ready, before the community's ready. They're starting to do that, but it sits in the back of people's heads, and as things start to open up and start to blend, you're going to start seeing more and more of artists that are blending genres and people who, yeah, I came out of bluegrass, but I love this harmonic structure, and I love doing this, and you're going to see that influence. I mean, if you look at where banjo came from, banjo is an African instrument, right? But go ask anybody on the street, where banjo, what do you think about? You know what I mean? Go ask people where there was a whole entire big thing about Ariana Grande and was she taking black rhythms and was she trying to be culturally appropriating this, that? Those are Scottish rhythms that we actually took and now use in a lot of our trap music and a lot of Atlanta-based music. So once you start, we've been blending for a long, long time, and I think sometimes it's when we start to worry so much about whether you're jazz or whether you're not jazz and what's this and what's that. And I say all of that, because I can also be long-winded, I say all of that just to say that when we do have people who present, every time I create a panel, I try to make sure that the panel is as diverse in their understanding of music and what we're looking for as possible. Like, do they understand that this should be rooted in the African-American experience in America? Do they understand that there's an improvisatory nature that was built upon slaves attempting to communicate with each other? And then I also have one person usually on there who is the jazz police, just in case. Because there have been times when 2-3 panel members loved the bluegrass band, because it was like the songs they presented in their work samples were very, very hip, they had a lot of whatever, and somebody on there was like, that's not it. We cannot allow, not because it was of what they looked like or what it was beautiful, amazing music, and everybody agreed, but the one person was like, let's look at this checklist. Is this what we're looking to fund as Black American music? That is specifically we are calling jazz, if I'm going to be specific. So all of that to say, I think we're tribal by nature. Labels are labels. It is the thing that Milt Jackson embraced, you know what I mean, at the time, or some of the forefathers that and I think that sometimes we get so caught up in it, we forget, it gets in the way of us enjoying and sharing and trying to grow this music into what it is. And it's obvious, I think. I don't think anybody denies that this is America's African-American, this is Black American music. And I think you see hip-hop artists, there's hip-hop artists here right now. Cooley's a hip-hop artist. We have people from bluegrass, we have hip-hop artists down here. I mean, one of the artists that we just funded, actually I was on a big panel for a much bigger award, and some of those artists were big time blending hip hop, blending the improvisatory nature of it. We're blending spoken word, we're blending movement, African dance, and it was a beautiful thing to see. And I think, and the only reason why I'm asking is not because I want to belittle or in any way take away what you're saying and that experience that you're having, because I agree the same thing. I like to be a musician. I like to make, I'm a vibraphone player. You put me on and try to swing hard with me, I'll be all right for a couple tunes, but eventually you're going to be like, that's not his thing. He's not really swinging like that. You know what I mean? Like, I love playing funk. I love playing hip hop. I just happen to play a vibraphone, and you're a trumpet player. And I think that is the way we're going. Like, he's an instrumentalist, and this is how he communicates. He's an expressionist that happens to be expressive through that instrument. And I think I see that kind of thing happening. Christian, who's been talking an awful lot, is one of the most prolific vibraphone players I know. And then I hear him play piano. I was like, oh, no, this dude's just an artist. I play drum set, and I'm like, upright bass, and I'm like, oh, this guy's just an artist. You know what I mean? And it's always amazing to see that. And I think we're seeing a lot more of that, where people are just artists, and the way they've chosen or have been chosen to communicate that art is through that. And we're finding all of those blendings of cultures. So and I always say that just to lend a little bit of perspective to sort of the larger conversations that are happening maybe in the granting world that hopefully are reflective of a larger conversation that's happening. But I know that when I look, you'll see Terry Lynn Carrington on a panel, but you'll also see that maybe with Wynton, but also with an Andre 3000 like person on that level. And you'll also see hip hop people, or you'll see presenters who have had vast experience. So I think that conversation is happening a lot, or actually the understanding of the meaning behind your conversation is happening a lot. I think you're just more ahead of your time in articulating it. You guys like Nicholas Payton, guys who are really kind of being at the forefront of pushing it, are getting pushback, but I think that's just because you're a little bit ahead. And I think that we're seeing that happen from my perspective, and I apologize for being so loquacious with that, but that was an impactful thing you said, and I wanted to make sure I gave it the time that it deserved. Yeah, any other questions? Over here.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm from Daytona Beach, Florida. My biggest question is, there seems to be like a separation from the kinds of musicians who play bar gigs or small venues 4 or 5 nights a week, and then the musicians who are playing the bigger venues like Center Stage or Fox Theater. And I guess my question is, what is the most obvious path to get from playing small venues 4 or 5 nights a week to playing large venues at the same scale? And how is it different for an individual artist and a full band that's playing, an original set, that kind of thing? How are those paths different?
Well, so I have this conversation a lot with some of my friends because I know both sides I know both artists, what you're talking about. We call them the bar artists and the other artists, right? There's been plenty of bar artists that have become successful, right? If you've got to be a bar band to make money and to make ends meet, there's nothing wrong with that. Do that. But when you do set up a real show, not a paid show, whatever, original music, don't play those bar gigs that week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before that, and then try to play on a Friday or a Thursday you want everybody to show up. They're just not going to do it. If they saw you last week down at the bar, they're not going to come and pay to come see you. I mean, your friends might, but you want to build a following and know that you're probably not going to get paid what you got paid at that bar gig, right? You're going to get paid less for the live, the venue gig. But you do enough of those venues gigs where you start building a following outside of the bar gig. Use the bar gig to tell people about your show, separate the two, focus on the live venue show more as far as promoting it, making it a real show, an event. Then you'll start building that following, not just at a bar.
Yeah, I would also add to that, because I'm working with a group that has that kind of problem, right? That gig Sunday to Sunday, so bars during the week and church on Sunday, and so to a point, like, you can get diluted in the market, especially because we're here, so we get diluted. So they could no longer use the album name at the clubs anymore. So I cut that out, right? So your brand for touring is this, that music stays on the road and people can only book that sound through the agent. Like we had to draw the line in the dirt. Now what you do with your instrument from Sunday to eat, it's cool. And I don't even want to know about it. But don't call it this and don't play these songs. And we'll be fine. And it just took them a minute to understand that, but it's working. So you kind of got to separate your music from this thing over here and make sure they're just distinctly different. I think that's a way to look at it, or try that, if that helps.
I'll also say I can immediately tell the difference. Oftentimes I can immediately tell the difference with someone who's only working bar gigs all the time versus somebody who's used to playing a show and having to engage an audience. I can tell the difference in the programming. I can tell the difference in the dead time that they have. So if you get used to playing bar gigs all the time, make sure you're also being conscious of practicing how a show and the flow of energy of a show should go. Because if you're, okay, we finished the song, dun, all right, what are we doing? You got the bar clanking, you got the food moving, everyone's talking. You don't feel that discomfort where you feel at a show where everyone's quiet and waiting. So practice, if you want to start making that move from a technical aspect, practice that flow of making it a show regardless of audience response so you can get used to being on stage. Because it's drastically different when you stop a song and you're like, what do we play next? Just do, why don't you start 4-bar intro. That's what you do at a bar sometimes. You're like, you know what, let's play all blues. Do me a favor, do that 4-bar intro. Yeah, then you'll come in and no one cares because everyone's eating and they're talking. And if you get used to that, you don't even realize you're doing it, and you end up doing it on a show, and it's just like, well, that was a terrible show, even if your music was great.
Yeah, and going back to that same group of guys, I gave them an ego check too. I was like, they're showing at the club to eat the chicken, not to see you. The same amount of people are going to be there if I'm playing. I can't play nothing, right? And they're going to sit there and act like they enjoy me. So I think you also need to understand the economy of both, right? They're going to that bar for whatever food and beverage they have. And you're just the added value, like a DJ almost in those spaces. So protect your brand and make sure you do something special for these hard tickets or people who really paying you top tier money that's going to elevate your career so that you can get out of the bar.
Get a side hustle and stop playing them for a while and build a little scarcity too. No shame in it. Yeah. No shame in waiting those tables if you have to while you're building up your brand. There's no shame in it.
Absolutely.
Unless you're my age and you have 3 kids and 1 on the way. 2 kids and 1 on the way. Yeah, Scott.
I just had one comment to yours, and I think a lot of it on the art level is composition. What are you writing and presenting, and so having that mentality of I'm going to build something for people to see, and have, if it's your original project, have a body of work that is meant for that type of setting, and that's how you could start to attract the audience that'll build up enough.
Yeah, up here. We had another question up here.
Hello. Thank you all for being with us today. My name is Trey Carlisle. I'm with a nonprofit called Music in Common. My question is, have you had experience working with artists or groups that work at this intersection of music and education, or music and social change, or are not solely making music for the sake of making music, but really work within 2 worlds? And because of that, any best practices that you've learned when it comes to identifying and booking venues that are best fits for that, or even getting notoriety and support? Getting to the point of what you were saying with artist development, and slowly building your support and building your way up, doing bar gigs or smaller venues and bigger venues. Sometimes that can be difficult for, let's say, nonprofits or groups that work at this intersection of music and, let's say, education. So it's finding spaces that are hospitable for that, and how can that reach, let's say, a level of prominence and support? I'm curious if you've had experience in that vein, and if so, best practices that you've learned from
I feel like you asked two questions. So one in part, just trying to make sure I answer it properly. One is working with artists who have social justice kind of thing, and then the other part was nonprofits.
Yeah.
Right. So respectfully, when you are a nonprofit and you're approaching venues, just understand they're glorified liquor stores, man. All they're really interested in is selling food and beverage. So whatever you bring to them, they want to give back. We all do. But they're getting to make a living too. So make sure that whatever programming you're putting in that space is going to drive the bar and food revenue. Because that's like, a venue owner may not say it, but you'll take a loss on the ticket side just to sell food and beverage. It's the ancillary income that venue owners really thrive off of. The tickets are just the reason for people to come in the door. So if once you understand that part, and when you approach them with that in mind, I think that's how you win that. You know what I mean? So don't come in like, hey, do good and just let us in. But, we're going to order water. Nobody really, they'll do it, but they struggle. They're losing money at that point that they're opening the door for you. So make sure you're offering win-win scenarios when you come in to raise money and awareness for what you're doing. On the social thing, I've experienced that a time or two, and the music just has to be good. And in between those songs, the artist just has to really be able to articulate their vision and what they are trying to put across. And you don't want any contradiction between what they are putting out sonically and what they're saying. Like, they got to stand in the truth. India was very intentional about woman's empowerment, right? And she stood on that. She still stands on that, which is why you don't see her as much as you used to, because she's frustrated or whatever, right? And another act that I worked with back in the day, everybody should go check this guy. His name was Dunny. Put out a record called The Color Section. And that piece of work is as relevant today as it was 20 plus years ago when we put it out. And in my opinion, it is as strong as Marvin Gaye's What's Going On. Like, if you listen to the context of what he's saying, and he really stood on that. I just think that, we were so young, we didn't understand that empowerment, and the industry got discouraging anyway, right? So he's not performing like he used to, but in between those songs, he sounded like a Southern preacher up there, almost to the point where it was distracting to the shows. And we would go back and forth about how long he needed to rant versus get back into the next song. But I think both of them did really good jobs with what they were doing, but they really stood on those principles that were reflected in their records.
And I think as far as like getting booked with the nonprofits, I think it goes back to what Richard said earlier. The non-ticketed events, very good avenue for those things. There's a 1,000 of them around town every weekend. Yeah. I don't know how to get a hold of every one of them, but there's small neighborhood festivals. There's Dogwood Festival. There's Inman Park Festival, whatever. A lot of those will be glad to take a nonprofit organization, band, put them out in front of more people than you probably would playing at even our small room vinyl, right? It would give you a larger footprint of playing, and they're probably happy to have you.
Thank you.
I think music definitely has to be good, especially in social justice. And again, let's go back to a few panels I was on that were larger, and a lot of the conversation with a few of the artists where the whole thing was just white is evil, black is good, rich is evil, poor is good, and just the whole thing. And where there was no nuance, it was just, after a while, you're like, I know the world is rough. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times you have to think about why people go to see music in the venues that you're at too, right? So there may be non-traditional venues that if that's the kind of thing you're going for and the music is good, there are other venues and other teams to partner with that you could play in other like you could play at museums during a certain exhibit. And that would be a great idea to partner with a certain exhibit that may be coming in that has those same exact themes. You could, there might be other types of venues, other types of moments, other types of moments in time that would be, this is going to be really impactful. But if you're going to show up at center stage and then just preach to people for a while, they're like, man, I spend a lot. By the way, I work at Social Justice Network, Bayard Rustin, and I just came here to enjoy some music tonight and just kind of release. And then now we're like, all right, we're not coming back to this again. So you just have to be really careful, not because the message doesn't belong, but because you want it to be in a space and at a time where people are going to be most receptive to hear it and to make action, to take action on it, right? I think the best art is the one that the art is great and it reaches the most people, and there's a message there that people agree with, understand, and can relate to, regardless, without feeling like they were lectured to for 2 hours, Yeah, we have time for a few more questions, probably 1 or 2 more questions. Oh, Tasia, we haven't heard from Tasia yet today. I'd like to mention that when I moved here, Tasia was the first person that I played a gig with ever in Georgia, and she has been a huge supporter and great friend whenever I need any sort of resource, and she's just absolutely amazing, so that's just a personal note on Tasia.
Hello. This might feel a very lightweight question, but it's something I genuinely...
You could use it.
Earlier we were talking about how in your panel, your programming, Drew, about how we as artists have to be everything, and how that's kind of overwhelming. I have to be my own marketer, my own, and that's for me as an artist. So like Tasia the bass player, that's easy, but Tasia the artist has been difficult. And like even like for applying for a grant, like the most daunting part was like having to have venues booked already. So I'm just like, how do I? So you all as bookers, and does it make a difference when it's an individual trying to reach out to you, or does it look better? Like I hear you also mentioning agents and stuff. Like, would you receive it less if it's just the artist reaching out to you, or is it better does it look more professional? Like I had a friend who I won't say their name, but they have their email, like it's a fake manager on there, and it's really them, but they've made up a name and they go through that. Is that look better? Is that more professional? Like, do you all receive it?
We know when they do that. So, at center stage in the building, we have a small room called Vinyl. It's a 300 cap room, so it's a good room to start in. So I will answer emails from individuals, the same as agents. I mean, probably not first, but I will eventually look at the email and if it's interesting, if it sounds good, if it's something I think will fit, we'll definitely give it a shot. And no, if you say, I would rather you say, this is me, I'm booking, that doesn't bother me. Yeah.
Your peers feel that way as well, you think?
Do my peers?
Yeah, feel that same way, or do you think is that something that is shared by a lot of presenters?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I think the small clubs, maybe.
Meaning like the way you just said that you feel, do you think that's most people feel that way, or do you feel
Like about the, like, being
they'll answer
emailed from them?
Yeah, they'll answer from individuals.
I think there's probably some venues that won't, because they feel like they don't need to.
Right.
And I can't say I answer every single email I get. I get hundreds a day, right? But I will do my best because I started in this business by booking local bands at Vinyl and trying to build bands up that way. I used to book Micah back in the day. So that's what I thrive off of. I thrive off of seeing new bands and beginning bands and growing, right? I've worked my way up now, so I deal with agents mostly, but I'm always going to answer those individual emails just because that's what got me started. That's what I still love.
Yeah, I would say do your best to put a team together. Try not to do that as often as you can. Try not to. But if you do, a lot of people use that manager thing. And the reason being is like sometimes you want to say things to the manager so that it doesn't affect the show of the artist, right? Sometimes artists need to not know things, right? And it's not that you're doing anything shady, right? As a producer and as a manager, you want people to hold the umbrella over your head while the sky's falling, but so that you never know, right? And so there are issues that are concerns that if I feel like the artist knows, and they're gonna be freaked out and then worried about that when it's a resolvable issue, but you all think different, so that's a whole nother story. And you're more focused on that than you are rehearsal in the show. So, just be mindful of that. But I think transparency is probably the best way just to do business anyway. So if it's you, then it's you. And then when it's not, people appreciate your growth and be glad not to talk to you. I mean, they would still want to talk to you, but glad they don't have to go through those conversations with you directly.
Thank you both.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one more. Well, yeah.
It's a really quick question. Hi, my name is Jade. I'm a vocalist from New Orleans. I'm an artist, but I want to know, on average, how much time do you spend like looking at the emails? You get hundreds, so I assume it's not that much. So like, how much time do you think as an artist we should try to capture your attention? Is it like in a minute or 30 seconds in what we're sending to you?
I don't think there's a time. I mean, depending on the day, you know, how many emails I'm getting or how many shows I've got going on or what's going on sale. There's so many variables of how my day looks during, you know, I don't go in and go, okay, from this hour to this hour, I'm going to check emails. And in this hour, like, I'm looking at emails all day long. I'm answering phone calls all day long. I'm sending off offers. I'm setting up shows. I'm kind of doing it all as it comes in, right? So I may not see your email right when you send it to me. It may be a couple of days before I get to your email because I don't know your name, okay? I'm going to go through the ones I know. I'm going to answer to the agent I need to answer to. And then when I have time enough to read through the emails that I haven't looked at, I'll go back and start reading through those emails, right? So you know, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna spend 30 seconds on this email. I'm gonna look at it, and if it's an EPK, I'll click on it, and if there's enough to spark my interest or a sound, whatever, I'm gonna spend more time on it. If it's garbage, I'm probably not, right? That's just kind of the way it is.
I would just say that that email needs to be as detailed as possible, so it's not a lot of back and forth, right? Because you want me to be able to look at it at my convenience, because that could be 2, 3 in the morning, and then if I have a question, I'd rather be able to answer it myself than have to email you back, and then by the time you hit me back, I'm off to something else. You know, a lot of times we're booking 6 to 12 months in advance, in addition to dealing with whatever is the problem of the day. So I would also ask for some leniency and patience in the response, because it's already 101 people trying to do the same thing you're doing. You know, and somebody like Brandon who's doing 3 venues and a multitude of festivals at one time, you just need to lay it out and then, you know, hit them once a month. You know what I mean? Kind of thing, but be strategic and delicate, because he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, don't be afraid to follow up either. Like, if you don't hear back from me in a few weeks, I'm okay with you going, hey, I'm just checking back in with you, whatever, because I may have looked at your email and I'm going to get back with her when I have time to look at the calendar, right? And then I forget about it, right? What? Right. 1,000 things happen. But then when you hit me back, that reminded me, oh yeah, I needed to hit her back, and then I'll respond.
And respectful persistence will pay off. If you just don't get nothing, then your music's not landing, right? And don't take that personal either. As a manager, I've been there. I've played records for PDs. I played a record for a PD in his office. This is a true story. I played a record for a PD in his office, and he told me it wasn't connecting with him. He told me I didn't have a record. A week later, that same song was playing at a record store. He happened to be in the record store buying records, and I just happened to walk in after him. And he saw the customer's reaction to the song, so if I'm standing there, we sold 4 or 5 CDs. Then he said, Rick, that's the same record. And I was like, yeah, the next morning he played that record on V103. But I played it, like, so people go through swings like you do, right? So if they had a bad morning, everything sound bad that day. So if they listen to your music on a bad day, it's a bad record. You just hang it up. So you got to, you know, kind of resurface them sometimes. So, you know, respectful persistence might get you in.
Yeah. Any final little bit of advice to the artists here, or those that might hear this on any sort of video that's being shared?
Yeah, I think just stay persistent with what you're doing, what you want to do. If you want to be a touring musician and go out and play live music, go for it. Do it. Just try to do it to make it as easy on the person buying the show, booking the show, as possible, and get your music out there.
Yeah, and if you're a touring act, like have touring content, even if you have a scripted video that you're doing, have a live performance scene in it at least, like let people see what you do and what it looks like so they know what they're buying.
Yeah. I'm going to add one. I think it's important to foster a little bit of scarcity in your hometown if you can. I do think it's important. Mark chapter 6, verse 4, Jesus said, a prophet is not without honor except within his own hometown, so he no longer did any miracles for them. Because he would go out and cure the sick, right? And he'd come back home and they'd be like, dude, we changed that kid's diaper. Who's this? Is this the guy that he was spitting, this is the son of so-and-so? Like, we're not, whatever. So he's like, yeah, well, this is the way it is. And it's true. Like, some people saw you when you didn't know how to play well. And, it's like when you see a kid who grew up and you're like, thought you were 7. It's like, no, it's been 10 years, man. I'm now 15. Like the kids say that because you kind of freeze people in time. So you kind of have to foster a little bit of scarcity sometimes. And that may mean taking some of those gigs, those jobs, side jobs that have nothing to do with music, so you can foster that scarcity and then build up that desire by putting out content, by putting out the stuff, and then go ahead and then reach out and start playing some of those ticketed gigs. And it's probably the hardest part is when you're in that dip. But man, I got to tell you, I thought the stuff you guys brought today, I'm so grateful. Micah, thank you for introducing me to these two cats, man. I thought you guys just brought so much value right now to a lot of these artists. What do you guys think? Thank you guys very much. Yeah, we're going to take, we're going to just do, actually, we're going to run right through this. So we just want to, I know Matt, I think he's already set up to go, so we're going to get rid of this table, kill the lights, and then we're going to start up with Plexus Play right away. And it's going to be a show you do not want to miss. All right, don't freak me out. Checking. All right, there we go.
Check.
You good? Oh, when you get the peeps back in here, you might have to do a warm-up song. Just kidding. I don't know if you want a warm-up song.
There's a whole intro. I'm giving you some intro to the show. That's
Oh, there you go. Then yeah, that'll. And let's also, you can just start closing the. I don't want to close the doors, but once it darkens up, might want to close it.
Dude, you're real mallets. This recipe for me.
Check. All right. Who's bold and can corral the outsiders? I'm going to corral them. I'll corral the peoples. Welcome back. Do I have someone on lights up there? Cool. So, awesome. There we go. Hey, welcome back. Super valuable panel. Hope you guys are having a good time. And yeah, absolutely. Awesome. I know these days are long. We are not going to do, just a quick, we're not going to do a staff concert right at the end. Everyone's playing enough, I think. I feel they're playing a lot. I know Victor's going to be the last one he's going to be playing, so to be like, hey, Victor, will you play something? After he's already been playing. Kind of odd. But we might do like maybe a staff, if they're here, just a little staff Q&A, if you guys have any last minute questions. But, and it'll just give us some time to go ahead and grab some dinner, get some downtime before jam session tonight. So, because tonight shall be a party. Celebration, even. Cool. So, hey, we gotta do like a vibe cutting, just vibe session that when we're there tonight, just like everyone just says, gotta do it. We're all in the same room. When was the last time we're all in the same place? Man, what do I say about Matt Plexus Play? He's just a quality human being, an amazing musician, brilliant mind who's just doing things to, again, take where his training left off and just kind of take where he begins and just kind of combine it all, to make something that's really authentically him. And to go and perform at places and share music at places that he enjoys being at and was already culturally sort of involved in, right? So enjoyed going to certain venues, certain parties, certain types of situations, being around certain people, but it wasn't the kind of place where they were going to be listening to Autumn Leaves too much, at least not in this most prolific form. So he then found a way to, take his show and make a show that would merge all of his cares and his loves and all his authentic interests together, and it's really, really inspiring to see. And he's also just a brilliant musician, just a brilliant mind. So please give it up for Plexus Play.
Thanks, Drew. Can we cut all the lights? I think I'm just gonna play, if that's cool with you all. It's kind of in the name, so. All right, this is something I've been making for a lot of dance music festivals, so if you feel inclined to move at any point, that's what this is designed to make you do. We're gonna do a little intro. Is that okay with a little intro? Give you a sense of what the people at the festival see. Here we go.
Welcome to the Stage Without Borders, a place where
All right, we're gonna introduce you guys to the vibraphone. I know you guys all know what this is, but this is just a little intro I'd like to do for the vibraphone. So here we go. Give it up for the vibes. All right, at this point in the show, I normally ask you to turn to someone you love very much. Give them a hug. Give someone a hug that gives you life. If you can reach them, reach out, give them a hug. Here we go. This is the one-up moment. All right, this next one's an original tune. Thank you, guys. This next one's an original tune of mine. It's called Precipice. Shout out to Bob Ross. Give it up for Bob Ross. That's officially the biggest projector we've done this on. That was quite a work out there to try and make that happen, but we managed it. Okay, I got a couple more, and then maybe we could open it up for questions, if that's cool with you guys. Do you want to hear another original that I just dropped recently? Or we could do, well, maybe I'll save the original in a bit. Let me do some other, let me do this. This is a fun, yeah, let's do these two, and then we'll open it up for questions. Cool. I think we can open it up for questions if we want to do that right now. We can bring the house lights up a bit. I do have like a bit of background, which I could also do first, Drew, if we want, with Eric's laptop, just to answer some general questions, but we can also just open it up, whatever you want. Okay, let's do that first. Cool.
Actually, while you get set up already, or?
Pretty much. Yeah, we just got to change the HDMI. The lives are never a table, except for the next 20 minutes. All right. You getting that? Are you getting a feed of that? Oh, wait. My bad. How about now? There we go. Sweet. Okay, sweet. Yeah, as you said, my name is Matt. I have a background in jazz, vibraphone, and neuroscience. Those are the two things that I've studied in school. But I want to just talk a little bit about if you wanted to do this in your own way, how you might go about doing that and starting, and just giving you a little bit of window into that experience and what it was like for me, coming from like a conservatory training to try and do this kind of thing. So, just going to talk a little bit about creating multimedia shows for musicians. First, I kind of want to just talk about the digital age in general. It's rough out there for musicians right now, I'm not going to lie. People are sad. It's election day, and this country is in absolute polarization. There's lots of reasons to be sad, and I think it's really important. I go back to this quote from Jojo Mayer, who's an amazing drummer. If you don't know him, check him out. But our job as artists is to remind people of what it means to be human. And that quote really struck me in an important spot at an important time. And I took a step back and said, how can I remind people of that? What do I have to offer? And I had this background in music and technology. I also one thing that's not on this slide is I'm like a hyperactive person. And if you couldn't tell already. But I realized that that's also something that really distinguishes me from a lot of other people in my field, is that I have like a very strong ability to just move around and give off a lot of energy, and that's something I should take advantage of with what I do. So that was something that led me to this project as well. But I think one thing that we've been hinting at for a lot of this conference, and we haven't spoken about directly, is values. And what are the values that you hold as an artist, and what are the values that you want to bring to your work? I feel like if you can identify those, it's really critical to developing your own sense of brand, or whatever you want to call it, to market yourself. But I think it's a really good thing to think about when we're honoring a tradition and we're playing these songs that everyone knows. What are in a musical sense, what are the isms that you have that make you unique as a musician? And beyond that, what are the values that you uphold to define your project and who you are as a human being? So for me, there's a list of thousands that I'll link you to that I think is really cool to just read through, and you see what you resonate with. But these are the ones that stuck out for me, and these are some other related words for them. But my top 5 are communication, which is really important for connection and building trust with people. Play is really important, and I think really not happening. A lot of people are experiencing play through their screen, watching short-form content, but they're not actually doing the play themselves. So I really like to bring that to my show, get people out of their shells, get people moving in their bodies, really important. Learning is really critical for me. I'm always trying to learn new stuff. Grace has sort of like a dual meaning to it, both in that you can be giving, which I think you should always be for your local community and your friends and your family, but also the movement, like grace in your movement. I can't say I'm the most graceful, as you saw, running around like a madman, but yeah, that's also really important to me. And then a 5th one that I think is really underrated in the musical community is reflection. This is just like self-care, I guess, another word for that. But I think me being someone who's always got ideas, always feels behind, and is always trying to take on new projects, sign up for new things, taking 10 minutes at the end of the day to just be like, how did today go? What was good? What was bad? What could I do better? And it's like these micro pivots that you do on a daily basis. You're sort of calibrating your equation of health and well-being constantly. And if you're not doing that work, there's a tendency for something to slip more heavily, and before you know it, your brain is already in these habits that you don't even realize, and you're living a less healthy life. And that can be a very quick slide. So I think of reflection as a way to do this on like a micro level. And if you can develop that habit, you don't need to do these big upheavals and change your life in a drastic way. So that's just something I really uphold as well. To speak a little briefly, I'll try and keep these short, but to just go through each of these values. One thing we did for communication in the show was we actually did one of these shows where we had multiple choice options for the audience to choose their own adventure through the show on their phones. So they voted like it was, just choose your own adventure is the best way to describe it. But I like having communication with the audience. At festivals, no one has service on their phones, so we get people to like put their arms up or crouch down, and I judge based on that what the audience wants to do next, and we pivot in that way. But I think it's, on stage we can do this as jazz musicians just by asking people what their preference might be to where to go next, like we did earlier. Someone was saying happy love song, sad love song. Those things are always really great to engage an audience. For play, I can show you this quick little reel if this loads, but we do this thing that gets the audience involved in the show. To just do a really simple participatory dance is always like one of people's favorite things to do in the show. This is a part called Waterfall. Let me see if this loads. Oh, we don't have audio. Hold on. 1 sec. Can you mute the 8th inch for a sec? Sweet. Okay. Let's try this again. Turn that on. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, so that's a really simple thing. I just tell people, you didn't get your squats in for the day if I had to bet, and I show them how to do this, and within 2 seconds, everyone's involved, and it's really fun. So I think that's a really cool thing. If you can incorporate that in your show in any way, it's always a good time. That's the play that I'm talking about. And this is just food for thought. This is the revenue in billions of dollars for different markets in the United States in 2023. This is music and events, this is movies, this is digital music streaming. All three of these combined are not even half of what the gaming industry brings in financially. So I think this notion of gamifying is going to become even more and more important, and I think it's something to think about with your own entertainment that you're providing in the real world for people. Hold on. Move on. Yeah, this is the like lengthier part of this talk that I can go into about sort of developing your own sonic story as an artist and how I got involved in doing that. I probably won't go down all the nitty-gritties of working in a digital audio workstation called the DAW, all these animation techniques and tools that I've gotten into over the years, mostly starting with the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, all of us in this room were like, well, now I don't really have a lot of work, and 4 of us are vibraphonists, and we already didn't have a lot of work, and then the pandemic hit, and we definitely didn't have work. So at that time, I really decided to pivot into getting a whole other skill set that would augment my show and the ability to tell a story with my show. So I spent a lot of the pandemic just locked in my room, like YouTube University, and learning all these things. So yeah, I think these are just a couple things I'll share. Let me see how long this goes. Yeah, I think the most important thing is to think about are these 2 slides. So there's sort of like 2 different ways I look at storytelling when you're a musician. You can have these like very semantic approaches, which are like the hero's journey and how Pixar makes all their movies. They're very semantic. What semantic means is it just evokes a thought about something specific. And you can take that approach to your music, writing lyrics, telling a very specific story, or you can look at this like less semantic approach, which really plays on the mysticism of music. Music is not a tangible thing. And a lot of people who don't study music and they don't have that perspective, they have this like, when you don't understand something, it's magical to you, and that is there's a big allure there. And you can sort of take either of those approaches. So this is like a graph or an outline for a song I made with a student on Zoom, where it's like, that means nothing really to anyone But to us, it was like how we made the entire song and how we thought about the emotions along the journey and the form. And then this is more like, you know, Tarzan and Jane and their whole thing that they do in like an 8-part cycle. So you can take those two approaches. I think that's kind of the way I prefer to think about designing shows, semantic versus not semantic. In that same vein, at the bottom is what I just talked about, semantic to abstract, how clear you make what you're doing for the audience and what story you're telling. These are two things that, the other two top things, I think, especially the top one, is a really important consideration for when you're doing shows and making an experience for people, musical or non-musical. But one thing I found with jazz, I originally got drawn to jazz and I fell in love with jazz because it was birthed as a dance art form in the 20s and 30s. People went to the jazz club and they said, I'm taking off my jacket, let's go, let's get moving, you know, like that's why we're here. And nowadays, there's been more and more institutionalization of jazz, and it's becoming a little bit more on this spectrum. There's still plenty of participatory things in jazz, but I think it's slid more towards the sides of being presentational. You sit down in an auditorium, you go to a jazz club, you grab your glass of wine and you scratch your chin and you listen. And that's becoming more and more of a thing. And I saw that happening when I got out of school. I did my 6 hours of practicing a day. I said I was ready to make my millions, you know, coming out of conservatory. And then I went to all these freelance gigs and jam sessions, and I was like, no one's moving. Like, no one's moving. Everyone's listening, and I think that's cool. And people had a strong appreciation for what I was doing. But my main goal with what I wanted to bring to the scene was to get people moving. And I started focusing more with this thing that I just played for you and what the show is nowadays. It's a much more like invitational thing to move your bodies, to hug people, to be silly, to let your inner child out. So the second thing on this is just how serious versus how lighthearted you are. There are things that I do in my show that are silly. And it's funny because a lot of festivals think it's not cool to do those kinds of things. But the audience generally loves them. So there's many festivals that don't book me because I'm not just like cool on the fader for like an hour. Like, yeah. And then there's many that like see what I do and they're very kooky and open-minded, especially Drew. Like Drew, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Drew's open-mindedness to things like this. So yeah, I think how serious versus how lighthearted you are and having a mixture of both is generally nice. Yeah. I'm not gonna get too into this stuff. This is like more the technicalities of producing the show, but I do just wanna skip ahead to, actually, I'll just talk really quickly about one or two of these things. So I'm gonna glance through these really fast, but I got into 3D motion graphics, which is probably way too intense for the average person in this room who just wants to like make a visual experience for their show happen. It's very intensive. You have to like get the 3D geometry, put it into the software, texture the geometry, light the space, set the render settings. It's like a whole, it's like you're a Pixar production studio, one person. So it's a lot of work. But then I discovered this other software called Touch Designer, and there's a couple other softwares like it. But what's really cool about these is they talk to Ableton or whatever DAW you're using, MIDI data. They talk to it in real time, and you can watch your visuals as they're being developed and capture them while they're happening. You don't need to wait 8 hours overnight for a render to happen of a 3D scene. And once I've discovered that software is how I do the suit. I'm actually animating everything that goes on the suit with macro knobs in Ableton in a music software. And I'm in the timeline. I'm no longer in Premiere or Final Cut Pro making markers in a 30 FPS timeline of where the beat is. I'm animating it in the music software on the grid where all the MIDI data and the music is. And that changed my workflow like to be 10 times as fast. So if you're interested in any stuff like that, you can do a lot of things. I've actually made, South Arts had me make some assets for you guys, which I'll share in a sec with a QR code. But it's basically like how to get into this if you want to dive in wholeheartedly. And you can feel free to follow up with me, DM me, or email me if you really want to study this and get into it. Yeah, and a couple things with the real-time software that I want to show. This is just an example of doing the animation in the timeline of Ableton and how that came out. This is short. So the timeline's up here. Yeah, I don't need to let that play all the way through, but that's an example, of how to do this in an Ableton timeline. This is something else that I developed with Ableton and Touch Designer. This one is all for the jazz audience pretty strictly, actually. So all of you nerds out there, I think will really enjoy this one. So this is a visualizer I made that has different note animations depending on the chord quality that you're playing over. So it's supposed to give people who are musicians, who aren't musicians actually, a sense of what a high tension chord feels like with direction. So for example, a dominant 7 chord is an arrow flying across the string because it wants to go somewhere. A major, there's some correlates to jazz here too, like a major 7 is like a triangle, an augmented chord is a little like star, like a plus sign. Minor chords I generally think of as much more flowing, smooth feeling. So there's different animations for all these chord qualities, and this is just—
Can you play that?
Yes, this is me playing a blues and using different vocabularies with the visualizer. Pentatonic, dominant, augmented, pentatonic, major 7, diminished, minor, add 4, yeah, augmented. So that, yeah. I love, this is one of the few rooms I could play that and people would be like, I get it. You know, like most people I show that to, they're like, cool, it's colorful, yeah, it's nice. But that one was one I got, you know, a little too far down the rabbit hole maybe. But what's cool is that software can do that in real time. So this is not like pre-rendered. I can be playing a MIDI mallet instrument, and I guess I do need to set the chord changes for a given form. It can't identify the chord change for you in real time. But you can be playing, I could be doing my show with a MIDI instrument and improvising and having the chord changes reflect that as I'm playing notes. So that was a fun little thing too. I'm not gonna talk too much about AI tools, but I've gotten into those. Yeah, and the last couple things I wanna mention, we don't need to go into this either.
Actually, Matt, if you could just touch a little bit on the AI aspect of it.
Sure, yeah, totally. So yeah, this is obviously changing up the game really, really big time. I haven't updated this presentation for a minute, but I will say, as someone who's got a pretty good foot into people that are working in AI and pushing the field forward, if I were starting to develop my show visually, I would definitely not spend as much time as I have learning how to 3D animate, because I think prompting and developing that type of content will be very easy in the next like 2 to 3 years. Just like we have, there's a lot of text-to-speech happening right now in the AI world. There's going to be text-to-action with agents in like a year. Google and like OpenAI are going to release products that will take action on your behalf, which will open a whole set of legalities. But prompting to action is going to be a pretty upcoming and new thing and not far off. So I think when it comes to doing very intensive things on CPUs, you shouldn't waste your time as a musician. But these are just like really basic prompts that I gave to DALL-E, and this is also a friend of mine's artwork. There's a couple things here. But I do think, I firmly believe that in like 10 years, prompting will be an academic study. How we interact with machines, just like coding is becoming a really popular thing that kids are learning right now. Prompting and engaging with machinery and knowing how to do that properly will be a major field of academic study in the next like decade. So some food for thought there. I do think at the end of the day, when you physically get on a stage and perform and you bring your energy to the room with all your sweat and hormones and everything that comes with it, that will never really diminish in value. If anything, it's going to increase in value. So a lot of people are really discouraged in jazz right now, but Stefan Harris and I had a brief conversation on this, and he could not be more optimistic about people that have the creative minds of jazz musicians, because you are the type of person that will be good at interacting with these machines and creating things and bringing them to life. And your skill set to improvise in real time is something that a machine can only do by imitation, and you have much more of a unique way of contributing to the world than the average human being. So just to toss a little optimism out there with all the crazy darkness that's coming with AI, Yeah. So if you want to check out any of this stuff that I've talked about, this is a Google Doc that has pretty much everything I could teach you broken down in it with a ton of other external links. It also has a link to all the assets that I developed for South Arts today. And if you're curious and if you have any questions on it, just follow up with me. Drew, I think, will also send this out to anyone who's interested. He has it. I've sent it to him before, and I'll send it to him again. And a couple last things. So Drew really talks about how we can push the field forward all the time and what we are doing for the field as musicians. You can't really do what I just did on the stage in a lot of venues. They're not that open to it. So the festival scene has been very receptive to it, and I've been tailoring the show in that way big time. But once a year, I feel really compelled as an artist and just having, some time. It's pretty much a full-time job to do this, but I curate a one-night miniature festival once a year. It's called Indulge. This year, it's 3 stages. We have 35 different creators involved, whether they're chefs, flow artists doing fire spinning, DJs, live bands, visual artists. There's a whole art gallery with 15 artists in it. My friend does official Gung Fu Cha, authentic Chinese tea ceremonies. There's a masseuse, there's yoga, there's all this stuff. So I really like this interdisciplinary crossover of all the arts. I think it really gets a lot of people thinking in different ways. And I invite you to incorporate those into your own events, bills, whatever you're doing. I know live painting is a pretty common thing in the jazz scene, but I think we could expand on that even more. And reflection I talked about. The one last thing I'll talk about with reflection is this is a system I've been building with a meditation company. This is another little job that I do on the side, but I have a friend who's doing a meditation startup and doing audiovisual meditations, not just Headspace, which is an audio recording that you put in your ears. And it's a pretty common app, Headspace. But he's developing a new approach to this, and he wants it all to be breath-driven. So your breath and your pacing of your breath controls everything in the meditation. Not just I'm listening to a recording telling me to count to 10 and breathe with it. Your breath is the driver. So I helped him develop this app. And you put your phone on your belly while you're lying down, and the gyroscope of your phone sends into the software the pacing of your breathing. And each time you go across this threshold, which is in the yellow, right here, can you see my cursor? Yeah, this yellow, as soon as your breathing crosses this threshold, it actually triggers the next scene in Ableton for the music to progress. And these are all the parts of different instruments getting added. And then there's also this knob that is moving with the breathing and controlling the filters on synthesizers and everything so that the whole thing breathes and moves the music with your breathing. And it's linked to the visuals as well. So let me skip a little bit ahead here, further along, to just give you a sense of how this works. And I'll kind of skip maybe to the ending here where things get a little more fun. Hold on one sec. Yeah. So that's the gist of that. I think yesterday we talked a little bit about spirituality really briefly on stage, and this is my relationship to spirituality. I still take a pretty scientific approach to it, I guess, or systematic, hard science approach to it. But I think this is also just really important, and that's why I chose to say yes to this job. I could be just working on my music and not doing any of these other things, but I think it's really important to have a sense of balance, and committing myself professionally to a few things like this helps me. Instead of just being in your headphones, blasting house music 8 hours a day, I have to take 1 to 2 hours and be all right, I'm gonna do something chill, and work with that. So, yeah, that is. One last point is just that I think a lot of people talk about outsourcing. I honestly hate the word outsourcing. I think it should be looked at as bringing your peers together that share common interests and collaborating. So a lot of people are like, yeah, I want to automate this, or yeah, I want to just like get this out of my work because I don't enjoy it. But for me, I didn't know how to map this suit. I do all the animating for it, but I had a friend help me develop the pixel map so that I actually just develop the video content, and that gets streamed into the suit map, and then that gets put onto my body. Friend helped me with that. I also have a hardware person in Los Angeles who helps me develop this suit and sort of maintain it. We're working on a new one because this one is a little bit worn, if you couldn't tell. It's seen some years. So yeah, we're working on some new stuff. We're always pushing things forward, but that's just my invitation to try and reframe outsourcing as an opportunity for collaboration with like-minded people. That's it. Thank you, guys. Questions? Yeah. Drew's got a mic, I guess.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm from Florida. My question to you is, from the conception as far as like the idea of this show, which is really, really awesome, by the way, to your first performance of it, what were some unexpected twists and turns in that journey that if you had known you were going to come into, you would have handled differently?
Yeah, really good question. I think the two things that stick out to me most, the first one is I'm really grateful that I had some friends in Southern California who threw small festivals to kind of test this out when I was first doing it. I think having that local community when you're first trying new ideas, or a venue that really supports you and is willing to take risks with you, is really important. And the first time, like a bump in the road, for example, was I was playing one of their festivals, my friends' festivals, and we're out in the desert. It's like 300 people. It's a really good time, really good sense of community. And I was doing my mallet thing and barely looking up, just like ripping a ton of stuff. Because I was kind of nervous, first time really performing in more of like an EDM setting. And I looked up, and it had been like 5 DJs before me in the lineup, and then people saw this, and they were like, what is going on? So no one was moving, no one was like dancing or anything, and I like looked up in between the first 2 songs, and everyone was just like, and like in costume and like ready to party and have a good time, and they were just, so I realized very quickly that if I wanted to get people to move with the show, I really needed to give people permission to do that, and it's not going to happen just with my instrument. And yeah, that was one of the biggest bumps that I had to. It was really like I need to actually ramp down my vibraphone playing and my like ability on this instrument in order to give people the main mission of what I'm going for with my show. And that was really hard for me. I spent 5 years locked in a practice room, man. Like I was ready to go, and I was really excited about all that. But I came to understand that the mission of moving people physically with my show was way more important to me than hitting that dominant 7 sharp 11 real hard, you know?
Dominant 7 sharp 11 goes hard, though.
It does go extremely hard. There's plenty of them in my show, bro. Don't worry about it. but I'm going hard, like moving while doing it, you know? So yeah, that was a pretty big bump. Another big bump in the process, I think, was the moment that I found the real-time softwares, because I just realized that like a year and a half I'd spent trying to be a one-person Pixar studio, and it just like, it kind of was at that moment just like immediately dead to me because it wasn't fast enough for what I wanted to do and how quickly I wanted to generate the content. So I really encourage you, if you get into this stuff, to only work with real-time software so that you're like watching the show as you're developing it and not waiting for things. Maybe one last bump could just be, I think there's a really big challenge trying to find, there's like a benefit, a big pro and a big con to doing what I'm doing. What I'm doing, there is no one else in the world doing what I'm doing. That is a huge pro. In the scene, I stick out like a huge sore thumb as like, oh yeah, the guy who wears an LED suit and plays the vibraphone with an audiovisual show, only one of those. But it's really hard to position it and market it to booking agents and managers for some festivals because it's a little out of their comfort zone. It's not what they're used to. They're worried about selling tickets. They're worried about all these things. So there's pros and cons to both those situations. I think a big thing that I'm actually seeking right now is like an agent who can work with me and has existing scenes to sort of plug me into with a sense of trust with other business partners. And I think I'm on the cusp of that and pretty close to that at this point with how developed the show is. But that's been a huge bump in the road, finding like management or an agent to really like work with me who trusts and wants to invest their reputation in the show. And I'm still searching for that. So that's something I'm working on. Yeah.
This was a very, very enlightening show. I want to know, where does the name Plexus Play come from?
Yeah, really good question. So I did study neuroscience in school, and I've always had a love for systems. And a plexus is a system of neurons that together can accomplish a more difficult task or complicated task than just one neuron can alone. So one neuron can just fire one action potential, a yes or no at a given time. A whole slew of thousands of neurons in your visual cortex can say, oh, there's light over there, and that's Drew, and I know Drew's face. So that term, plexus, is also used with the vascular system, your circulatory system, like blood vessels and neurons. And with doing these like interactive shows, we do like Simon Says during the show, we do a bunch of other like silly, fun, participatory things. I've always wanted to have the audience and me working together as a unit rather than just I'm on stage. That goes back to the participatory versus the presentational elements of the show. I want it to be an interactive thing, a participatory thing. So Plexus is a system that works together, play, it's fun. That's the goal. So there we go, the name.
Check. I'd like to also mention that we're sponsoring Jen, Jazz Educator Network, which is here in January, and I'm definitely bringing him. So I'm really, if you've ever been to Jazz Educator Network, it's fun, but it's a bit jazz policed.
Jazz policed.
So I'm really excited. I'm giddy about it. I really can't wait.
We're gonna blow the hinges off the door,
it's
dude.
Gonna be dope. And the only thing I asked, like, what do you need other than the screen and things? I'm like, I need a space where the lights can just go completely off. I need to be allowed to leave the doors open.
Yeah. The other thing that Drew said to me before this convention, he was like, I know you're about to do something that we don't normally do. Can you start with one jazz song? And I was like, yeah, I got you. We had some Chick Corea, thankfully. So yeah, I had that in the show.
Do you notice a difference in reaction when you have the vibraphone versus your mallet cat, and just like the reaction to hearing like an actual acoustic instrument? Because I mean, everywhere that you're performing, it's only electronic music that they're getting into their ears. Like, does the simple hearing a real instrument affect anything, or?
Yeah, really good question. For what it's worth, my dream setup is to have an L where I have a digital mallet instrument for most of the high-energy, trigger-oriented stuff, and I can trigger vocal samples and drums and all that stuff, and then all the breakdowns and everything with all the beautiful textures and harmonies will be vibraphone. But I do notice a difference. I do think people in the festival scene are more inclined towards the sample-based instrument and towards the like synths. Obviously, for this type of thing, having an acoustic instrument is much better. And there's pros and cons. I mean, I look at the vibraphone and it's such a beautiful instrument, but I'm sometimes playing like heavy bass music, and to have this little glittery, fun, like light instrument on the top of like a demonic drop, people in the audience are like, this is sick, but like, something's not totally right. I'm not sure. So there's certain times when I choose one over the other, but I am leaning more and more towards making the show more mallet cat and digital and MIDI based, because we're working with lighting systems and lasers and all these things now, and I can make all of that interact with whatever I'm doing and improvising with. So that is much more in line with the sample stuff. And the sample stuff, you can also, like, with one stroke, you can evoke crazy nostalgia with a sample to all these people, and the power in that at a festival setting is just like really crucial. And I will say that just festivals in general are not as big on acoustic instruments, like you said. So I'm finding my way through there, but it's also pretty funny to go back and forth between fully electronic instrument and acoustic instrument. It's like, I honestly feel like my time gets worse playing the digital instrument, and I come back to the vibraphone and I go like, I'm early on a lot of stuff. So that's another fun little challenge that comes with it, but technology is progressing. So yeah, good question though.
Hello, my name is Travis Hall. I'm an Atlanta native and Georgia State student. As someone who juggles many different things, I'm curious to know, maybe I missed it, but when did this idea come to you? This strikes me as something that's very ambitious. Very ambitious idea. I'm sure you went through a lot of hurdles to bring it into fruition. Where did the seed of this idea come from? On the journey, many questions, I guess. On the journey, did you ever feel like it was a foolish idea? Did you ever think it was pointless? I'm curious to know about that, the journey.
Yeah, really good question. I think I'll talk a bit about the journey, but I think the thing to emphasize here is if you know your values as a human being, you can always pivot whatever you're trying to do to match those values. So I think that's really the first and foremost thing to identify. Like, if we're going to go the therapy route, everyone has a degree of trauma and a degree of experience that makes them unique and drives them to do crazy things. Like, no one would do this in their right mind if I told them, hey, are you trying to spend 6 years making no money learning visual softwares, going to conservatory? Like, it's just, no one would do that in their right mind. But for me, I grew up playing this instrument since I was 7. It's always got to be a part of what I'm doing to a degree. It's also unique. Yeah, I went to school and got all this crazy training. I had the privilege of doing that, and I don't want that to be lost. So I always try and keep that in what I'm doing to some capacity. The journey really started when I moved out to California after school because I took a job at a neuroscience research lab on child brain development, and I was scanning kids in an fMRI and then trying to go to jam sessions at night and like wake up at 7 and go to the job again. And I burnt out in like 3 months, completely burnt out, like ruined. I was mentally like probably one of the worst I've ever been in my life. And I got on the phone with my parents. I'll never forget this. I just like I hung up on my parents because I couldn't bear to see these people that loved me so much and provided so many resources for me, like so upset and so unhappy. I hung up the phone and I just like screamed and I bawled my eyes out for a minute and then I called them back. And I was like, I think I have to quit my job. And they were like, I think you should do that, yeah. So it's definitely not been the easiest path, but I know that I think for me what really matters at the end of the day, and this is when my choice to do what I'm doing now became more evident to me than just being a freelance jazz musician. The feedback I get from my show nowadays isn't, man, you sounded so good. Man, those changes were crazy that you wrote. It's now, man, I haven't done this passion project that I had for like 2-3 years, and just seeing your show tonight really, like this weekend, I'm gonna like go do this thing that I love and I've really like lost touch with. And I'm like, damn, dude, that is what I want to get ignited in people, you know? So that's really what makes it worth it to me at the end of the day. It's not how much money I'm making, and it's also like the sense of self-growth. I think like the gamification of you learning and adapting new skills is also really important. So yeah, I'm trying to think if I answered your question there. Do you feel like I've answered that or? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I also think the key thing you were saying is when you look at the Venn diagram of your values, you know, you can keep on pushing it against that. Like, all right, I'm gonna go this direction. Yeah, but I'm looking at that play part and I don't have enough of that within this if I go that direction, so you move it back and you can keep on moving to where, you know, but that value system, I think we keep on you keep on saying it and we keep on flowing right past it. Totally. But the truth is, like, it's at the crux of, I mean, even Laura's gonna talk about it. We're gonna flow right to it. So I just mean it's just such a powerful thing that I forgot you had said it last time and it just reminded me, and it's such a powerful thing that we don't think about it enough. We think about what's, you know, but to be your authentic self is to really keep checking against that in a world that's trying to keep you from being anything but. You know what I mean? And it's always important to go back to it. So I love the fact that you keep bringing that up, and it's important for me, you know, as I keep doing this work as well, and I just really appreciate that. But I think that when you talk about how do you know where you're going, and where do you go, like this didn't just come up because he's like, you know, it would be cool, just like you said, but it's like putting all those things together, this is where he ended up, and this is the audience, and this is the people, and this is what's happening. I just think it's really great that you keep on bringing that up.
And another thing that's interesting is I didn't really come across the value. I got the value thing from my mom doing a corporate exercise. Like, I didn't just stumble upon that. And it really helped me frame a lot of my work. I only had that happen in the last, 3-4 years. But I always knew who I was at the core. I just hadn't really put that on paper. And this is another thing to say is you can have 5 to 6, but they can change. Like, you can have ones that are really important to you at the top of the list that don't. But I think in 5 years' time, if I have a family or a partner steadily, I don't think I'll have all 5 of those be exactly the same. I think they're subject to change. I think as long as you think critically about those, you're going to be insane as an artist if you're pursuing something that's against the beaten path. When I was building this suit, I had so many people tell me, you're absolutely crazy. It's going to break all the time. You're going to have to repair it all the time. Did I learn how to solder to repair it? Just last week I did for this conference. My friend was repairing it for so long, but he's working on the new one. He was like, dude, I'm not repairing that anymore. You got to do that. And I'm like, okay, I have no other option. I told the conference I was bringing it. I'm going to repair it. You're always being put in these positions to learn new things and do these little pivots like Justin was talking about yesterday. I think it's just really critical to have those guiding lights that justify your insanity. And that insanity is only labels from other people. It's really like your own sense of what you need to do as your purpose. So, yeah.
Yeah, we have time for one more. Sophia, did you have one, or do you still have a question? Does anybody have another question? Cool. Does anybody have anything else? I want to hear a few more before we...
Okay, yeah.
Before we roll out. So if we have anybody else have a burning question that they would like to ask? No? Sweet. Well, Sophia, if you want to go ahead and ask, ask it real quick.
Wait, Mike, wait. Okay.
Do you ever collaborate with other musicians on stage?
Yes. Great question. I have just gotten to a position with my project where I want to do way more musical collaboration and create with people kind of offstage, I guess, is that. Musically speaking, a lot of the repertoire I do is so dialed and time-coded, and it's very intense that I don't end up bringing a lot of musicians on stage. A lot of people are like, you got to add drums. I've hesitated to that. I'm also trying to make it sustainable as a one-person show and make a living doing it. So adding musicians will detract from that, but I'm open to it. I mean, my dream would just be to have the project do extremely well, and then you're bringing your friends on tour and doing all this fun stuff, you know? That could happen down the road. But I think a lot of my collaboration is actually done through different disciplines. It's really fun, actually. It's way more fun. I have this friend of mine who is a choreographer, and during this festival we're doing on Saturday in Los Angeles, she's coming up on stage. We have all these fun choreos where her head goes over my head and we do silly things, and we've planned it all out. And that I often found has actually piqued my inspiration more in music than other things would if I was collaborating with other musicians. Another thing that's worth mentioning is I had 2 bands after school. I led an octet that was basically a Snarky Puppy ripoff. And we had a lot of fun. We went to Canada, we did some touring, and that was great, but just super hard to sustain. And then I had a quartet that played together for 10 years. We traveled the world. We did a lot of different stuff together, and we went different directions. They didn't want to wear morph suits, which I totally understand. And so I've been down that road. I've been down the grind of managing a band, doing the leading, and this outlet just became so much more in my power, in my control, and manageable. And that's sort of why I've stuck with it. I'm always open to collaboration, and I think those gates will continue opening more on the musical front. But right now, I focus most of my collaboration on visual artists developing content with me, dancers on stage doing choreograph things with me. It's most of where it happens. Yeah.
Let's play some more music.
Okay.
Wait. What's the song that I usually ask for? That I asked for last time?
Voyage and Violet.
No, that's what I asked for this time. Last time I was.
Last time?
Yeah, in Minnesota. You were like, oh no, Drew wants me to play this song.
I don't know.
I can't remember what it is now, but I know I love it, and I can't remember the name.
I don't know if I have it in the show, even if you
That's
want
fine.
it.
Voyager
but
Violet, though, I do love.
That is an original song, yes, indeed. Yeah, I probably don't have what you want in the show right now. But, yeah, let's do, like, one or two things. Can you mute the 8th inch one more time? Boom. Okay, we're good. All right. Oop. Okay, we can go live again with the 8th inch. Cool. What to play? Do you guys want, I'll do like 2 more. Do you want something that's like, Halloween? We just had Halloween? We could do something fun for Halloween, or we could do something that's a little more like instrumental, jazzy. But for the last thing, I'll do a cover that I will be putting out later in the year, which is just like fun and kind of unique. So, do we want instrumental stuff, more jazzy, or do we want Halloween? All right. Okay. We'll do. Ooh, that's actually the question, honestly. We'll do the Halloween thing, and then we'll do this last cover. They're both. Actually, you know what? Maybe we have time for all 3. They're all really short. So, all right, let's do this one first. Oh yeah, can we call the lights? Oh wait, I gotta do this song for the Brazilian music fans in the audience. Who's here with the Brazilian music fans? Anyone? Yeah. Let's do this original one, and then we'll do some other stuff after that. Let me make sure this is all working. Cool. This is a song called Pride. All right, this one goes out to Johann Sebastian Bach. This is Drum and Bach. This is a Halloween thing. I got one more short one. We haven't done any choreography. If you guys are interested in one more short one, or okay, this one's definitely more of a cover, a little less jazzy. But if you know this one, please sing along. Here we go. Hold on. There we go. Thank you, guys. Stick around for Laura. We got a great talk coming up.
Yeah, give it up one more time for Plexus Play. You can leave everything there for this. You don't have to like take anything off. So we're gonna, right? You good with that, Laura? Because it's up to you. Are you okay if that just sticks and so you can get, or do you want to be dead? You want to be on the 50? Too much marching band for me. We're almost out of marching band season. In the middle of the stage, at the 50-yard line. You want to be in the middle? Okay, that's it. All right, never mind. We'll move it.
We'll move back.
Yep,
Yeah.
done. I just was hoping you'd play the vibraphone during it. Like that was gonna be one of my questions: is do you play the vibraphone during your presentation? All right, so we got Laura, and then and this is going to be one of the highlights, definitely in terms of how we can take some action to supplement our income while we're on the road. And who knows, you may end up just loving teaching so much and having such a successful private studio that it becomes the thing. And then we'll invite Victor up to the stage as well. And I know that we said we were talking about doing a staff concert. We're not going to do that. We may do like a brief Q&A with all the people who are here, but I think after Victor, we'll get some rest and then we'll meet up at the jam later. Yeah, so awesome. So yeah, so we'll go ahead and use the bathroom and then come on back. And we'll be back 4:45, please, 4:45.
Yeah, everything in the show I made. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, okay, cool. Here in Atlanta? Sick. Beautiful, man. Oh, dude, no worries at all. Yeah, I'm glad you caught some of it. No, you haven't seen it in person yet. Yeah, you've only seen it in person. Yeah, it's a different thing. A different beast. Oh, cool. I'm glad you dug it. It ties everything together. I just love being a drummer. I've always wanted to get into music and all the hits and stuff, and it really accentuates on it. So it's fun. Yeah.
Quick question. Is it possible that we can turn off the overhead lights on the stage by the screen? Is that a possibility? I don't know if that's on a separate track. Like if it's possible just to have these and then kill all this, I think, and just make sure she's lit from the front, and then that way we can. Huh? Yeah, of course. I don't want you just backlit. No, but then are all those on the same thing? We can't get these two tree light. Yeah, if we get her lit. Never mind. If that's all we got, then that's all we got. All right. Oh, is this? No, it's in charge. Eric, hotspot. One, two, check, 1, 2. All right. About, what are we in, 2024? So about 14, 15 years ago, I met Laura at Lamosa School of the Arts when I was teaching percussion and you were teaching strings, right?
That's right.
We ended up starting a program together at Arts Garage.
Yes.
For a while once we started that, and she's a violist, so that makes her unique in this space.
A classical violist.
Yeah, it doesn't make her unique in the fact that she plays a unique instrument, which does not make her unique in this space, I guess.
No, because there's 4
A lot of
vibraphone
players. When was the last time that happened? It's not at a percussion festival. But she's also one of the best educators I know. I was fortunate. My older daughter, who you guys saw, Emily, if you were here yesterday, she had the bright pink hair. I was fortunate enough that Emily in elementary school, she was her cello teacher as well. So Emily got a great foundation musically, and it was as a result of Laura, and was super inspired. So it's really cool that she's now codified the studio that she has now, and has been able to leave a life of teaching in public schools and have an enriching life as a full-time private studio person and performer, and got all sorts of performance degrees from all sorts of places, including Cleveland Institute, and Lynn University in Boca. And please give a nice warm welcome for my friend and yours, Laura Sinclair.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for still being here. It's funny, my speaking notes say good morning. It's not morning anymore. So as Drew said, I'm Laura Sinclair, and I'm here to talk about teaching artistry and continue the theme that has emerged of how to be your authentic self through your art. So I've been seeing your faces all day. I want to get to know the room more. How many of you are actively teaching in any capacity right now? Yes. This is great. This is great. So the road to teaching isn't always straightforward, especially when you're a performing artist, as many of you know. So maybe some of you feel like your performing gets in the way of the teaching, or vice versa. Many of you may find that the logistics of teaching keep you from doing the things that you want to do, but we're here to tackle that today, and hopefully you leave with more answers than questions. So if you're anything like me, you've been faced with the choice of regular teaching income and the gig that you really want to play, or had the experience of a student on your doorstep when you forgot to cancel them and you're already at the gig. I hear you snicker. It's happened, right? Show of hands if you've ever felt obligated to reschedule a missed lesson even when it wasn't convenient. Yeah, right? Sunday morning lessons. Ever been ghosted on a payment? Had a child show up so sick that their illness took you down for an entire week. Yeah. I have one student, the family's still with me, but the dad travels less for work, thank you, COVID. Routinely, I was sick every weekend. They came for Friday lessons. He was a lobbyist until Thursday, came home, gave the kid the cold on Friday lessons, boom, sick all weekend. Thank you, child. So circumstances like that can lead us to avoid teaching altogether, but there's no denying that it can be an essential source of many things, income included, and when it's done right, it can lead to even more creative freedom. So as musicians, many of us are drawn to the art of teaching, especially in that beautiful spirit of collaboration that comes with authentic music making, especially in the jazz tradition. But as performers, we are often told that we can't do both. So it boils down to 3 common myths that we're going to unpack and debunk today. These myths are so prevalent that they have become the narrative of musician society. I'll dig into all 3 of them in detail, but I wanted to give you an overview of the 3 so you know where we're going today. So the first myth is we need to teach everyone. As musicians, we're raised in the culture of, and this has been brought up a couple times in the past couple days, of we need to say yes to everything. Yes to the gig that helps us cut our teeth, and yes to any student that wants to learn. But it's not your fault that you have that scarcity mindset around all of that. The fact of the matter is that many, as musicians, we're raised to believe that to respond to anything that makes us feel desired, and then here's your quote, to believe that demand equals legitimacy. See, I knew I'd get a finger snap for that one. So the truth of the matter is that it leads to burnout, dissatisfaction, and a completely unbalanced way of life. We're chasing gigs, we're chasing students, and we're missing out on what's happening at home. So that's myth number 1. Myth number 2, you can't be a touring or gigging musician and a serious pedagogue at the same time. Real musicians don't teach. That's not true, and we all know it. So where I'm from in Florida, as Drew mentioned, no performer talks about their teaching. And as an orchestral performer cutting my teeth in the scene, talking about my teaching was a legitimate prejudice I faced in my early years because I wanted to be seen as a serious player. And this is still the case, but now I don't care. So we're battling against this belief that teaching takes away from us as performers, drains our energy, and puts us in this uncomfortable position that we're constantly having to choose between the gig and the lesson. Taking the gig means that lessons have to be made up somewhere, and we have to recreate time. And then taking time to give makeup lessons means saying no to something else, whether it's practicing your instrument or going to your daughter's soccer game. So that leads us to myth number 3, that inconsistent teaching equals inconsistent income, which equals not worth the hassle. So as busy performing musicians, our schedules are rarely, how many of you have a regular schedule every week? Oh, good for you. Some people really need that. No, you lied, right? Yeah. Some of us have regular things in our schedule, but rarely do we live the same 24 hours over and over and over again. I was married to somebody in tech. That is a very regular job, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Weekends are off. They leave, the computer gets shut. It's a different lifestyle. It's not a lifestyle. As musicians, we are choosing something else. So our schedules are rarely consistent, but that can lead us to the belief that we couldn't possibly take on students because the the flexibility required of the families or the people that we interact with would be too enormous, and it's not worth it. So it really boils down to, we've absorbed this concept of the weekly lesson that's outdated. Today, students have so many resources in front of them to help with the retention of the information and practice accountability, that maybe the weekly lesson isn't necessarily still the right avenue for this. So what matters more than a lesson happening on Tuesdays at 5 p.m., which is always the most coveted spot in my personal studio for some reason, is that your student has the resources. What's most important is that they have the resources to be supported between those educational interactions with you. And so I'm here today to empower you to define that on your own terms. So this feels like the right time to tell you who I am, and to introduce you to my past self so you can understand my journey to a satisfying performance career that also allows me to teach. So as Drew mentioned, I'm Laura. I play the viola and the violin, and I live in Delray Beach, Florida. I'm a Suzuki educator, and a speaker, and a coach, and this is the list of things that my mother is proud of. And actually, she doesn't understand half of it, but you know, she tries. So, but I want to introduce you to the Laura of 2011 to about 2019. So, as Drew mentioned, we met teaching in a public school. I was the part-time director at a Title I Arts Elementary School for 10 years. I was operating a private studio of at least 30 students, all while trying to cut my teeth in a freelance classical scene that is transient. The South Florida scene spans from Miami all the way up to West Palm Beach. The audience will not travel, so the orchestra does. So an average day for me started with some exercise, and then a really lame duck attempt at practicing. And then I ran to school, and then I would run home to teach lessons, and then I would get in my car and go to whatever concert hall I was going to for the 8 o'clock show. I'd be home at midnight, and I would do it all over again the next day. So yeah, I had a consistent schedule of never being home. So I told myself that taking gigs was my social time. I had all of this guilt for not spending enough time both with my family in Florida and my family in Canada. And most importantly, I never really felt present in anything I was doing. And money-wise, things weren't good either. So I first started teaching, when I first started teaching, there was something on the calendar 7 days of the week. I constantly had parents canceling or not paying, or both. I kept too many students on my roster, but I was terrified to take on less because of those cancellations. We'll dig into the money part of it later on too. So that was my process for almost a decade. I knew no other way to live, and so I was on the express train to burnout. I lived a mile from the beach, and I couldn't even carve out a spare moment to have a coffee there. But finally, I had decided that enough was enough, and the pandemic provided me with the bandwidth to reinvent my teaching. So that led me on a journey to hone my studio, what I wanted to be teaching, and to recreate the model of what studio teaching and performing could look like for me and for my students to benefit all of us. So now that you know a little bit about old me, let's get to know you. So in order, this ties so beautifully into Matt's presentation. Thank you, Drew, for putting me after him. It's important. So it's important to understand your sense of self, how it impacts what you offer to the world. So let's talk about how a little self-knowledge can impact your teaching and help you engineer what you want to offer the world. So 2019, Laura was burnt out and had her priorities all wrong. I kept trying to design my life around my teaching and my performing, and it didn't work. So what happened was I was so busy doing the business of me that there was no me left. I had no hobbies. I had no friends outside of music. I was in complete survival mode. So I had to reverse engineer things. So start with the big things I valued in life. Thank you, Matt. Start with my values, and then go from there. So before we can talk about creating teaching opportunities, you have to define yourself as a whole. So take a moment, get your phones out, make a list, and think about how you want to spend the 24 hours that you're given in any given day. We all get the same amount of time, and it's up to us to figure out how to balance that artistic, pedagogical life and be intentional with how we spend our time. So ask yourself, how do you want to spend your time? How do you want to spend your energy? How do you want to spend your resources? Like your money, where you want to live, all of those things. So it may seem obvious, but the business of life kind of gets in the way of reflecting these very things. Show of hands, if you have ever been asked, I love to ask this question, this is my favorite question of the entire talk. How many of you were ever asked, what do you want your life to look like by a mentor in music? That's depressing. And I'm so heartbroken that it's not part of the conversation, because I really feel like the whole person needs to be considered when we're raising a musician. Where do you want to live? Do you want to be in the middle of nowhere and commute 4 hours to your gig because you want to live in the stillness of the countryside the rest of your time? Do you want to be in a busy urban center? Do you want to have the flexibility of a completely freelance life, or do you need the stability of a part-time side hustle, anytime a gig? It's a conversation I think it's worth having, and I wish someone had had that with me when I got started. In 2019, I knew I wasn't happy, and I was in the middle of trying to juggle everything, and being in the middle of the pandemic solidified that feeling in my gut that something wasn't right, and it was because I wasn't living my values. Thank you, Matt. And I knew my students deserved better. Children mean a whole lot to me, and I had choices I needed to make. So I quit my public school job a month after my husband walked out the door. Didn't just things were bad. Walked out and disappeared. I had no idea. In the exact moment when everyone told me that, and anyone in their right mind would have told you to keep the job with the salary and the benefits, I was crawling out of my skin and left anyway. So people call me insane. They said they tried to talk me out of it, but it was the best thing I ever did, because it gave so much space for those kids in public school to get a teacher that loves them and was going to be there. The school was expanding to middle school. They needed someone who was going to be there full time. They didn't need a performer who had one foot out of the door and her mind on other things. So every cell in my being told me to keep going in the direction I was on. And the universe delivered. So 4 months later, I got a job where all of that classroom experience comes into fruition. I developed a string instrument curriculum for a nonprofit that does incredible work in after-school programs in South Florida. And now I have 200 kids learning how to play the violin instead of the 50 in my classroom. And we have, from teachers that I train, and 2,000 kids impacted by our educational concerts every year. And we launched the first ever strings program on the island of Anguilla. Look it up. It's east of Puerto Rico. And that's a place that's never even seen the violin. And we're so excited to be there and not be another nonprofit that gives them an orchestra full of instruments and leaves. Because, I found the orchestra full of instruments. It was in their closet, and no one had touched them. So leaving public education allowed me to set aside the creative time for my own performance practice in the morning and devote more creative energy into preparing for my private teaching and my curriculum work. It also gives me the flexibility to go to rehearsal and be the performer I want. I gave myself the gift of time. That's what the universe gave me. So there's so many things that you can add to your lifestyle that will make you a more fulfilled person, and the whole process of point of this exercise is just for you to start thinking about, okay, what are my values? What do I want to reflect into the world? What are the tangible things I can change in my schedule to help me do that? And it doesn't have to be long walks on the beach and listening to 528 hertz every evening. It can be 5 minutes of mindful journaling in the morning. It can be reprioritizing. Something that has not been mentioned yet is thinking a little bit more of, we are all portfolio musicians, meaning that we have a lot of jobs that fall, and some of them are more preferred than others. But thinking of how your values are the overarching theme for all of those jobs. So I'm a musician who values community and authenticity and wants to help everybody share their voice with the world. And keeping that in mind allows me to offer that through all of the different jobs that I do. So another major thing that I did, and that's the last thing on this slide, are you have to define what your non-negotiables are that you need to build into every day, every week, and every year. So here's my non-negotiables. Aren't they cute? They're so cute. They're so much older than this now. The boys are like in high school and have girlfriends. But these are my nieces and nephews. So I come from a family of lifelong farmers. I was telling somebody today I'm from a different planet. I'm from a fishing village of 300 in East Coast Canada. No one else played the violin, for the record. And no one from there, they all still live in rural Canada, and no one will come visit me. So when these kids are grown up, I want them to know me. And it's important for me to be able to show up for my family. Family is probably number one in my values list. So these kids and the people that created them and created me are my why. So I needed to develop a creative life where I could show up for them. So as a result, my own teaching practice is decidedly hybrid. And I'm only talking about myself in a way to give you an example of maybe the flexibility, or to help you give yourself a permission for flexibility. So it gives me the flexibility of teaching virtual or in person when I'm in my performance season, and I also take an entire month off to be in Canada with family every summer. So take a couple moments to jot down these questions or answer them for yourself. What is it in your life that you don't want to sacrifice? What is it that you want to make space for? And what kind of lifestyle is going to support your creative and your teaching practice? And maybe you don't have a teaching practice yet, but you would give you more space to reflect on that. So discovering these things about yourself will give you permission, will give these things permission to influence how you run your life on and off the stage. For the longest time, I let saying yes to everything and that demand equals legitimacy thing govern how I ran everything. No one's going to remember that. So zooming out and discovering who you are as a whole, what you want as a whole, is something I guide all of my coaching clients with, and it's essential to knowing how teaching fits into all of this. So now that we've defined you, let me show you my fancy Venn diagram. It's time to discover your geek point. And what I love about these convenings that Drew always orchestrates is that a theme always emerges, and this time it came immediately from our panel with Justin mentioning what people really want is an authentic version of yourself, right? That's what people want to learn. So if you get clear on the you. So remember that first myth that I was talking about? You have to teach everyone that asks you. That feeling comes from having not truly defined our geek point, the magical combination of what you love to teach, who you love to teach, and you. So what is it that you're musically obsessed with that you can't stop talking about or you're intrinsically interested in? Or is there a thing that you wish you'd been taught earlier in your career? This is what I wish I'd been taught earlier in my career. And it was a struggle for you. So things that come naturally to us, we don't necessarily teach the best, so find something that really lights you up. We have something about music that lights us up, and that's what you should be teaching. So take a moment, now on the who you love to teach. Take a moment to reflect on your favorite type of musician to work with, or student you love to work with, and you may list off a talent or a style, but chances are you may not end up listing off anything that's ability specific or even music specific. So, for instance, I perform all kinds of genres of music, and the common thread through all of the ones that I enjoy is trust, both in their own abilities, and also in mine. So no one likes to be on a gig where everyone's feeling anxious, or you feel like you're under a microscope, and no one likes to feel like one wrong note's gonna ruin you. I know I'm talking to jazz musicians, and wrong notes eventually become right notes, but but in the classical world, people are paying attention to your wrong notes a whole lot. So when it comes to students, I've discovered that trust and curiosity are the attributes that I appreciate the most. And I've discovered that transparency about who I am and really honing in on who I am as a teacher, and transparency about that in the very beginning of the relationship with either a student or, I'm a Suzuki educator, so my key audience is about 4 years old, so the parents are on that process. The transparency around who I am and knowing that saves me a lot of headaches in terms of mismatch of student down the line. So I'm really transparent with parents about my expectations, and I typically can tell within 5 minutes of talking to a family whether it's a good fit based on how they talk about their relationship with their child. It has nothing to do with music. My joke is actually, I don't want to meet your kid, I want to meet you, because I have to have a relationship with you, and I want to hear about the love that you have for your child and your expectations. For instance, I had a call with a potential parent once, and he said to me, he was like, well, I have a 5-year-old son, and he plays piano, and he's already done 12 competitions this year. He's very serious. We're very serious about piano. I really want him to be a professional musician. I was like, he's 5. But his daughter was 4, and he's like, I think my daughter will be better at violin, and we'll be able to do this because she's more submissive. But think about it. Had I gotten that inquiry as an email and just needed another student and not done the vetting process, how uncomfortable would I have been? How long would it have taken me to end that relationship? How long would it have taken me, I fall in love with the kids I work with instantly. How long would I have maintained that teaching relationship against my gut instinct? So, sure, a new student like that one can provide us with the instant gratification of new income, but we can find bigger and better financial growth in the long run by honing exactly who you want to teach and what you want to offer them. So take a second, take a picture of my beautiful Venn diagram, and think about those things, and those factors in combination with you being your unique and wonderful self become your geek point, and that's an important intersection to define. So your geek point of all of these things, people want to learn from people who are excited to pass on the knowledge and are authentic about it. People know when you don't want to teach. So if you really don't like teaching, don't do it. But in my conversations with a lot of you in this room, I can tell that there's something about music that lights you up. That's the thing you should be teaching. So, as I mentioned, my geek point is a 4-year-old. I need that 4-year-old magic to get the correct violin technique happening and ear training happening early. For you, that ideal client might not have a specific age, but it might have a specific set of interests and a specific environment or work ethic that makes them ideal for you to work with. So we've done a little soul searching, and we know ourselves a little bit better, maybe. And we know who we'd like to teach. Let's talk about developing your Geek Point into a real offer. So that's bringing us to myth number 2. You can't be a serious performer and a serious teacher at the same time. How many of you learn music in one of 2 ways? Raise your hand if this sounds like you. You went to a weekly lesson with a teacher down the street, you performed in 2 recitals a year, and maybe there was a group class for you to go to or chamber music. There we go. Or you got your start in group education or an ensemble, and eventually your teacher suggested that you should take private lessons. Right? This is what we do. This is the model that we've all been steeped in. This is how I operated my teaching practice for 10 years. That even when I had a studio full of 30 students and I thought that was the pinnacle of teaching success. And even in post-secondary education, the weekly lesson is the norm. I have lots of professor friends who go, oh yeah, I'm gonna do 3 more makeup lessons during exams. My kids gave me COVID. But have you ever asked yourself why we have to have a weekly lesson? So this expectation is perhaps maybe the first limiting factor that we're all experiencing that keeps us from committing to teaching. What happens if you have to perform? What happens if you get the phone call and you are going on tour? It's the 21st century. People are learning in other formats all the time. So remember that we made you part of the Geek Point. So instead of bending yourself around what you think conventional teaching should look like, you bend the teaching to fit around you. So let's talk about what that offer could look like. So, and some recruitment ideas. I'm not going to tell you much about social media strategy. We'll leave that to Justin. We've identified our ideal student. It's easier to approach attracting them from a service standpoint. So in my own invented marketing jargon, I call this service-oriented self-promotion. So, and it's been mentioned a couple times today in that if you provide value to your audience, you're going to be water in the desert to the right people. Other people today can, so your promotional materials on those platforms should be something that's engaging and thought-provoking about your Geek Point, about the thing that you really love to talk about and teach. Maybe answer some common questions in small snippets, long form, short form, whatever you want to do. But we want to get people to know us as humans and musicians. And when we allow ourselves to be our authentic selves on those platforms, we are building the know, like, and trust factor, which is a very real marketing term, through these micro interactions. And so what are the actual teaching options that are available to you when you are a touring musician or have a different schedule every week? So if you're in the season of your life and you truly have a very unpredictable schedule, you're on the road constantly, you can do a one-time large group offering. That can always be a good fit, and it can be offered while you're home between tour dates or while you're on the road. You know, if you know that sound check is at 4, can you do something at 10 a.m. on a Saturday virtually from your hotel room? I give a lot of these talks virtually from a hotel room. An online offering that's on a specific topic for a few hours is a great way to generate some revenue for you because it's a group offering and it's a hard ticket? Is that it's a hard ticket? And it can also offer a high value product for people you're interacting with. Everybody needs, you've got a collection of people who want that knowledge. You're imparting it to a large group of people and you don't have to, sometimes that's more meaningful than doing teaching one lesson at a time. But if online's not your thing, but you know you're going to be on the road, then there's local organizations that you can reach out to that might be interested in a one-time workshop for you. That could be your local jazz organization. That could be high school programs that are open to having visitors come in. Sometimes they have foundations and booster clubs that have a budget for visiting artists. And then from there, that one-time offer, you can take it to the one-time, you could do a series of things. You could do a series of talks. You know, if Drew decides that the first Friday of every month he wants to dig into mallet techniques, I think there's an audience for that. Probably. Right, and you could decide on a theme and do 4 in a row. And then from there, I know lots of people who will do, there's a great chop artist, Casey Dreesen. He'll do online clinics, and then he offers 5 hours of private lessons surrounding, he just like dedicates a Saturday to it. You can take a virtual lesson with him. You don't have to be a student of his. He doesn't have to know anything about you as a student, but he knows that you're interested in that specific style of chop that he's offering that week. And so that can also be a value add-on to any group thing that you're offering. And then from there, you could offer a series of one-on-one lessons. Sky and I were just talking about this. Like if you know that you've got, Sky, I'm going to use you as an example because we talked. Sky knows that he's got 2 months left of kind of more open time, wants to take on some students. If you only know that you have 2 months, figure out what you can offer in 2 months. 6 lessons, 8 lessons, let them schedule it themselves. There's so many platforms to do that. We're going to dig into those tools later. See what you can offer. See what lights you up. See what your audience wants too. So you can build that audience from the initial large group offering if you're doing that, and filter all the way down into a niche group of people who are ready to take in the information that they're just as excited about your geek point as you are. So, and then the crown jewel, how many of you like consistent income? Yeah. The crown jewel of that all is like a bespoke, more long-term program. And so don't let the word long-term scare you. It looks different for everyone. So I have a client, Charles, and he's a high school orchestra director, but he also happens to be an insanely talented Broadway musician. And so he got approached to do, he was the assistant director to Music Man with this guy, Hugh Jackman. You might know him. So he constantly is like jumping out of his world as high school music director and jumping into the Broadway world. And had some private students. And so we started our work together because he was like, how do I do all of this? This doesn't feel right. I feel really crappy about when I have to cancel on my students, when I take on these big projects. And so what we created for him was like a very carefully planned annual calendar. He's a high school teacher. He knows where he is until the end of June every year. But he also knows that he directs the high school musical from February to March. He knows that he's going to step into the pit of Gypsy with Audra McDonald later on. So we built a studio around those commitments. And so it's turned into a combination of private lessons when he has the capacity, monthly studio classes so that he's building community with all of those students, and then it turns into, in the sections of his life where it's impossible for him to serve all of his students individually in a week, they will meet for a group class, either virtually if he's out of town or in person, and then they're sending videos. Like, is your hand up?
Yeah. So you said you have a client named Charles. You weren't teaching, saying you have a client named Charles. Is that to say that you work with other teachers and consult with them to help them build?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's an example of one person, but I've also work with full-time teachers who, I have one client who is in the Buffalo area and was working with a nonprofit that was burnt. She went on 2 vacations this summer and came back from the second one and was like, I'm still burnt out. And we'd finished our work together. She'd already redone how she was going to, run the entire studio. She had terrible payment systems. She had no studio policies. She had terrible scheduling. And through our work together, she was able to just quit that job. And her studio of 40 kids, with a couple additions of group things, will probably hit 6 figures next year. Yeah. but that's a person who really just wants to teach. So it's a combination of, it's so many different things. Teaching should not look like piano lessons from Miss Judy down the street once a week. It shouldn't. It should look like you. So in my studio, I mentioned it's 11 months. The important thing for me in my studio is that it's tuition-based. And my students get a combination of group classes and lessons and recitals and Alexander Technique people coming in. But the most important thing is they can't opt out of any of it. I want to craft an education for my students, not an interaction, not something for them to do on Tuesdays, an education. I'm thinking about where do I want them to go? So, and that also, but that being a tuition-based thing also means that I've covered my expenses, and we're gonna get to that too, including the pianist for the recitals and the snow cone truck at the recitals, which in South Florida, we have a very large Jewish community, and I have vegans in my studio, and snow cones are the only appropriate post-recital treat that I can offer, because otherwise everyone's heartbroken if they can't eat the cupcakes. So I arrived on the model that looks right for me, and the beginning phases of a long-term program could be something shorter, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, like 6 weeks even, to really show you, allow you to gather the data of where are your interests and where are the interests of the audience that are around you, and where do those two things converge. So it's a challenge to move our mindset beyond the lesson by lesson model sometimes. And I know when I was transitioning my own studio, I was completely convinced that I would lose students. It's a legitimate fear that can be tempered with fact. The fact is that when we create a mindset shift for our students to allow them to think beyond an hourly model, they begin to see you as an education versus a time for money service, like a haircut. So let me expand on that. The goal of a well-designed offer is to provide beyond the X number of minutes. So these are elements of an offer. This can be a one-time thing. This can be, you can include some of these things is to choose your own adventure. It can be, we want to consider all the elements that we want to provide for our students. And so you need to ask yourself, what do I ideally want to provide for my students? Do I have to be the person who provides those things, or is there someone I can collaborate with? Thanks, Matt, for teeing that one up, right? We love a collaboration, right? I'm not an Alexander technician, but I want my students to have ease in their bodies when they play, because kids don't climb trees as much as they used to. And I notice it in kids a lot now. So who can you bring in to this universe to provide the well-rounded education that you want them to have, if that's what you want? So do an inventory of what you want to include. I love to have a little swag as well. Kids love t-shirts if you're doing a kid offer, but like, you guys are the merch people. But then there's also some expenses to consider. You know, some of the things that you want to provide those people might cost some money. So you have to figure out how to build those costs in the program. So let's look at a budget. So this is a sample budget for a 6-month offer. You're right, Drew, this is the unsexiest part of the day. Yeah. So this is just a sample one. So if we were doing 20 lessons for $100 an hour, and then we did 10 group sessions, we threw a recital at the end of this 6 months, and we charged for some supplies. Say I'm a cello teacher, I'm gonna give them a rock stop, I'm gonna give them rosin. In various iterations of my program, especially in the height of the pandemic, I was buying microphones for people because I just couldn't stand a terrible sound on a virtual lesson one more time. And then, so that works out to a tuition of, $400 a month. And then we have our expenses to factor in. How much does it cost to rent a space for the recital? How much is the pianist going to cost if you're like me and have a class and are mostly classically based? How much do those supplies really cost me? How much is my snow cone truck? Am I bringing in guest clinicians? How much do those cost? So you can see that, like, I have about $2,400 worth of expenses, give or take. This is like fast math. So is it feasible to do this if you only have one person show up? Obviously not. But if you had, what's your minimum viable enrollment? How many people do you need to say yes to this offer to run it? So what's important here is that, and also, how many times do you want to run it to get the momentum going? Because it's not, you know, it takes 10 years to become an overnight success. You want to get it running. You want to run it and then have people talk about how amazing it was and how they missed out on it. So I look at that number and I go, okay, so for one student I would make absolutely nothing. That's not worth it. But for 3 students, I'd make almost $5,000. That might be worth it. This just decided it was going to stop. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you're starting to imagine what teaching on your own terms can look like. Maybe you're starting to hatch up a thing that you can offer the world that is authentically you, that you would like to share with others. So once I'd embraced an inclusive teaching model, the discomfort of choosing between performing and teaching started to lift, and that's when the true earning potential that teaching can offer started to emerge. So no longer, but in order to start saying yes to the creative opportunities that were starting to emerge, I needed to get some business systems in order to support all of that. Like, I couldn't just go take the gig, cancel lessons, and then reschedule 30 students. I needed a fast way of doing that that didn't take a lot of administrative time. So I think maybe the business part of things keeps a lot of us from the administrative part of things, keeps a lot of us from teaching as well. So getting these systems feels a little daunting, but if Matt can learn how to animate in 3D, we can learn how to do this. So these systems allow us to keep our businesses running smoothly without involving so much day-to-day energy. So unlike our musical craft that requires constant maintenance, like Bill said, you can't just practice one day and be done with it. You have to practice the next day too. Good business systems are consistent, easy to use, and can be hands-off on a day-to-day basis. So the first part of the system is sales. Like, how do you get, if you build it, they will come. That doesn't really work. We need to get students to sign up for whatever we're offering, and we have to make it an easy yes. So if you're like most people, if you get a potential client asking you for lessons, sometimes you just lose those potential clients because of the resistance and overthinking of that initial contact. I have so many clients who miss out on leads just because they're overthinking and delay sending the email or engaging on social media because they don't really know what to say back. So remember I talked about the right person who wants to be learning from you, you're going to be water in the desert for them. So if a person is interested in your work, I'm going to speak only briefly about this because we've been talking about network and all of those things. Even if you're not actively teaching, you need to grab their contact information. You need to have a way to stay in touch with you because it has to be the right place, the right time, and the right person for great teaching to happen. And a contact you make today may end up being an amazing client 3 years from now, and you don't want to lose touch with them between that now and then. So if you're planning on doing any type of offer now or in the future, you're going to make sure that not only is your social media up to date, but as Drew mentioned, like the non-social media route of like having a mailing list that they can sign up on so they can keep in touch with you. That way, when you have something to put out there, when you develop a teaching offer 6 months from now, 3 years from now, you have a pool of interested people to pull from, just like when you're performing. So if someone's reached out to you for one-on-one work, or, hey, can I get a lesson with you? I have found personally the resistance comes from, like, they want to know 3 things. They want to know, how much does it cost? When can the lesson happen? And where do I teach? That's always the question. And if you don't know the answers to those 3 questions, the paralysis can set in. So I remove the pressure of initiating by initiating a conversation. So when those things roll in, for teaching, for coaching, like when I'm coaching other teachers, I just have and Sky, we're just talking about this. I just have a discovery call with them. So for me, I send I have a text or an email saved in notes on my phone. It's nothing very high tech, with a scheduling link, and they set up a call with me. And so I don't really have to think about it. And so I have a virtual coffee with them. So by having a virtual coffee with a potential client, you get to learn what they're looking for. You get to tell them what you offer, and then you see if there's any common ground, if there is any, and it's okay if there isn't. So from there, you can also have a follow-up email written where you customize your vision of your work together if you're actively recruiting, and then attach a description of what you're offering, any information that they need, like tuition or scheduling or policies or payments. Having the conversation, sometimes, especially if you're doing entry-level things, like I'm always working with beginners, parents have no idea what violin lessons really looks like. They just think, oh, that's a nice thing for me to do with my kid. You may be working with someone more specialized, but you still have to, as the teacher, the business owner, define what the work looks like and set the vision. So that's a format. This is the sales format that I use for everything, and I encourage you to do that to funnel in the right people and keep them engaged. So once we get those students, we want to make it really easy for them to show up and pay and continue to show up. So for that to happen, we need to have a conversation about systems of accountability. Another sexy term. So the more accountability we can build into our teaching offer, the easier it makes for them to show up. The more they show up and the more money you make, because you're not getting the cancellations. I think we've all been tortured. Raise your hand if you've had a student flake out and not pay you. Yeah? They either don't show up or they don't pay, or both. So having strong attendance policies and payment policies lends itself to better attendance. If they've already paid for it, they're more likely to show up. And proof positive is like F45, any of those fitness things that are out there. I belonged to a gym for a long time that if you canceled for the class within 12 hours of the class time, you still paid for it. I never missed a workout. The same thing can happen in any sort of teaching offer that you're doing. If they've already paid for it, they are more likely to show up. So if you remember Stressed Out Laura from 2019, she didn't have any of these things. Well, she was starting to have all of these things, but I've honed these things over the past 5 years, for sure. The intake email process is take a picture of this. The intake process gets people in the door. Then you have, they've said yes to what you are offering, you want to get a contract, so you set the rules of the game, the boundaries. How do I contact you? How do I get scheduled? When is payment expected? Not very fun, but necessary work. Studio policies, if you're teaching in person, then you've got wellness, don't show up sick, take a virtual lesson. Cancellations, payment systems, get paid really easily. Scheduling, make it really easy for them to schedule. And then from there, as a gigging musician, I know my calendar until about June. So I can tell my students when they're going to have virtual lessons, when they're having no lessons. And then that way, what sometimes parents or clients, if we're talking about adult students, don't like is just the unpredictability of, oh, hey, yeah, we have no lessons this week. Actually, we don't have lessons for the next 3 weeks. But if they know ahead of time, they're probably going to be in love with your very cool project. So, hopefully, do you need me to bring it home? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw you with the microphone in your hand. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm almost ready. I'm almost there. So I'm hoping that all of you have started to see what the possibilities are beyond the traditional lesson model. We're no longer going down the street for piano lessons with Miss Judy. I wonder if there's some amazing workshops, one-time offers, or teaching studios that have been dreamt up. Raise your hand if you've got a couple ideas of what you could give the world that's authentically you. Okay, we're starting to see some things. Good. And maybe that stable income from a teaching offer or the influx of income could enhance your performance life. So let me finish my story about 2019 Laura. Let's see where I ended up. So 5 years after that process, I can say that life is much better. Often before I get on a plane to do something like this, I not only have my coffee on the beach, I go for a swim, and I eat breakfast by the ocean. So 2019 Laura never dreamed of anything beyond the weekly lesson. I taught group classes on Saturdays. I had 30 students. But I'm standing here today to tell you that I am a busier and happier performer than I ever was. I'm playing with better groups. I left the public school job. I found my place in program development and curriculum writing. And it's all because I discovered that, like, I was operating my studio because that's how all Suzuki teachers do it, and not how I needed to be doing it. So now my studio reflects my values, my desired lifestyle, and it attracts students who also want these things. I do perform more, and I love the groups that I perform with, and I've gone from playing with the worst orchestras in South Florida to subbing with the best orchestras in Florida, and I sub on the tour of Hamilton. And I can take off and go to LA and perform 12-hour avant-garde operas if I want to. And my students think that that's cool. Like, you know, when Hamilton called, I got 8 hours notice. No, 6. And I'd already built the culture of, hey, Miss Laura does these cool things. I'm not going to ditch you for a wedding. I'm going to ditch you when it's a I actually have it in my policies. Happy to share those with you if you want to see them. But it's in my policies that I don't usually cancel, but I will cancel for life-changing musical opportunities. So when Hamilton called, I went, and they thought that was cool. And they've allowed me to do, that's how I've ended up in Naples Philharmonic, with a nice contract from them too. Like, they are okay with the last-minute cancellation because they trust that I'm not going to do it for just anything, for $75 at a restaurant. Like, it's going to be meaningful. So the cherry on top of all of this is that I get to see my family more, and I get to play the gigs that I want to play, not the gigs that I have to. And I'm working truly with students that I love to teach. And I make more money from teaching about half as many kids as I did. So what about you? Did you find your geek point? Can you see that maybe the right teaching offer can be a jumping off point, provide a little bit of stable or an influx of income to help you lead a more creative life? Hopefully you've begun to see that something like this can honor you as a performer, encourage you as a performer, and have a performance career that also honors you as a teacher. What would it feel like to work with people who are excited about you and what you do? So if we want our art to form to survive and thrive, it's up to us as performers to redefine what music education looks like outside of the classroom. We have no influence on what Miss Judy is teaching in general music class in 3rd grade. But we can offer creative solutions as artists that keep artists artists but also allow us to pass on our valuable information if you're called to teach. So remember that each one of you is an authentic and unique individual, and I want you to find that thing and offer it to the world. So, hopefully you've got a lot of our time together today. I want to open it up to questions, but this is how you stay in touch with me. I want to hear what you come up with. I want to be able to encourage you on your journey. Please find me on the socials. And then scan this thing. That's a great little deeper dive into the 5 different ways of teaching that we talked about today. And a big thank you to Drew for having me. I so appreciate being given a platform to preach teaching on your own terms. Oh, Bill.
Hey, Laura.
Hey.
So one of the things that I was wondering if you could maybe help me with is, one of the things I struggle with is like cold referrals. So for instance, like I will get, someone will reach out on Instagram and be like, I love what you do, I want to study with you. That's great. They know where I can add value to what they're doing.
Right.
But then I found myself in this scenario where I somehow got on a list of all the schools in Palm Beach, Broward County, have me as a brass teacher. So I get called from this kid who's a 6th grade trumpet player, and oh, Susie has an all-state audition tomorrow. Can you help her?
Oh.
No, I don't. I don't want to do that. Now I appreciate the opportunity,
right.
But it's just it's not. I don't have the time for it. And one of the issues I have is like getting those cold, like this qualifying those things. And I used to teach a lot of lessons, and I really got burnt out because I found myself in those scenarios of teaching those students that were just, you know, have this thing that is happening this weekend, they have this audition, and they're calling me to be like a flash in the pan and just fix something that you can't fix in a lesson.
Right.
So, which I'm sure other people have had those problems. So I'm curious, I'm shining light, and you've kind of answered some of these questions, but in your pre-qualification process, do you find yourself getting those people that don't know the Laura Sinclair process? That's like, hey, this kid has an audition for this school. Can you help and get it together? And you're like, how do you steer and redirect that towards like, okay, that's cool, but this is where we really need to go?
I think, it depends on 2 things. If you're not really interested in taking on new students, if that's not something you're after, I would probably have an email saved that's like, you could ask the qualifying questions of like, what are you specifically asking for? Tell me a little bit more. You could have the email conversation. Or you could have a template already saved of like, I'm not currently teaching. Like right now, my answer for anybody who asks me if I'm teaching is no. But here's the people that are, is typically what I do. Or you have that discovery call is truly a sales call, and where you sit there and you listen to what they're after, and you can say, you can say exactly that. I'm not really interested in this being a flash in the pan solution. What your child truly needs, and often these parents, especially if your kid's entering band for the first time, they just don't know. It's like an OBGYN. They've delivered thousands of babies, but every new parent is a new parent for the first time. It's the same thing with lessons. It's a new thing for them that they don't know. They don't know what the etiquette is, and you don't know what their experience is. They're going to get awkward. They are going to step on your toes 100% of the time. They don't know what they're walking into. So I'd probably either, if I wasn't taking students, I'd say it would just be a fast no, and then, but here's a list of people who are, and that I try to keep up with, as best as I can, I try to keep up with the colleagues who are taking students in their studios and willing to do that. Or if I were recruiting, I get on the call. I learn what they need, and then I would probably start to sell the vision of, yeah, you could do a flash in the pan lesson. That's not what I offer, but this is what your child truly needs to be successful. You're starting, I'd probably speak a lot to the influence of band and how great band is for them. Beyond, we don't need more trumpet players, no offense, trumpet players. But we do need more human beings who know how to work together. So, does that answer it? Anybody else? Yeah.
Hi, Laura. I'm Julia. And my question is, what makes you stay true to your systems?
How awful it feels to deviate from them. I think that's really what, like, my gut will tell me really fast at this point. You know, it's been a lesson in sometimes discomfort. Discomfort is a really good teacher, and sometimes a feeling is there to tell you that you've made the wrong choice. It's also a bit of like that mixture of fear and excitement is something that I've felt every step of the way. Every time I've made a change to my studio, every time I've like tightened the belt on what I want to offer, every time I've raised my prices. And 99% of the time, everyone goes with me because they trust the vision. They trust that I'm doing what's right for them. And the ones who do walk away, one, you've raised your prices, so you've replaced at least one student without even blinking. And the ones who fall away are typically the ones who no longer align with the vision that you're starting to hone. So the ones, there's a teacher for everyone, but you don't have to be the teacher for everyone, if that makes sense. Did that answer it?
There's a teacher for everyone, but you don't have to be the teacher for everyone.
Yeah.
Scripture that.
Yeah. Write that down, Eric.
I have a question, Laura.
Yeah.
One time you mentioned to me in one of our many conversations about you have a unique way of rescheduling students, or they rescheduling themselves.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with them calling you and you doing legwork. Can you talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah. Okay, so one way to do it is if you wanted to, you could, so one, my students all know each other because they all go to group class together. So it's one giant family. The teenagers know the 4-year-olds. The 4-year-olds are obsessed with the teenagers. Obsessed. And the families all know each other. So we have a thing called the swap list. So they have and everyone has opted in. I just hide the information of anybody who doesn't want to be on it. And they can trade lesson times. They have the weekly schedule, which is normal until it's not, and they can trade lesson times. But other than that, I also use a scheduling software called Acuity, but you can use Calendly. And when I do need to reschedule lessons, like for instance, last week, I was playing with Naples Phil. I couldn't teach on Thursday. So I just opened up availability for people to take lessons on Friday afternoon and Saturday morning, and I let them schedule themselves. And that's it. No emails, no nothing.
So how many lessons would you say had to cancel that they did not get their lesson, or that you had to refund and or make up at some other random time now
So-
with this new system, with the systems that
Oh, yeah. So in my tuition system, I sit down, it takes me probably a day. I do like a little studio retreat. I sit down with my performance calendar. I work out what's a reasonable amount of lessons that someone can have over the course of a year, or 11 months in my case, in my studio. The magic number has been about 35. And so my students know that I will offer them options to reschedule if I can in a performance week, or if I'm too busy, I'll say, see you next week. We're gonna get to 35 by the end of June. Some people hit the 35 before the end of June, and guess what? Then they buy more lessons from me. So like, I think I made like an extra $3,000 in tuition in June, because some people have been like happily taking advantage of any open time I offered. We're happy to spend more time. And then they still owed me tuition, the tuition payment for June, but then also invested in more lessons and understood that they were getting more than what they'd signed their contract for. Yeah.
Yes, she is available to teach at Wooten Space Camp.
Do you have any kind of method of talking to the students to find out why they're coming to you? Like what their goals are?
Yeah.
Or maybe if they're doing it because their parents want them to and they don't, and if so, if that's the case, what do you do about that?
I mean, for me, the longer I've taught the violin, the more I realize it's not about the violin, if that answers some of it. So kids, for me, they're always there for a lot of different reasons. And because I'm a Suzuki teacher, sometimes they're there before they even really know what a violin is. Sometimes they're obsessed with it at a very young age. For me, the violin is an access point for them to learn a long-term project with their parent. And so that's maybe what I mean by it is and it's not about the violin. I can see for someone like you having a conversation about what you truly want. Oh, my screen turned off, come on. Having a conversation about who you are and where you want to get would be a really important conversation to have too. And I think for me, probably the difference would be that the parent's also involved in that conversation. Yeah, I think it's just maintaining an open dialogue of what they're interested in and where they want to go. And, pivoting based on not only their interests in music, but also life. So I try to just, no matter how old they are, I treat them like humans. I don't know whether I answered your question or not.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Wes.
So I have a question about, you have the group classes, and you said the 4-year-olds look up to the teenagers.
Yeah.
How do you manage teaching such a large group at different stages of, development?
Yeah, so for me, group class is it's basically a rolling arrival. So my littlest kids come first, and then kind of the intermediate ones come 30 to 45 minutes later, and the teenagers arrive at the end. But here's the hack. Teenagers need volunteer hours. And so they come and help out with my little kids. It's an easy way for them to show up a couple hours early to a place they already need to be. And near-peer mentorship is so much more motivating for everybody, especially the preteen age. So that's how they kind of get to interact with everybody. But yeah, there is a limit. And also the thing about the Suzuki method is everyone has learned the same repertoire. And my group classes are very game-based. So we're often just playing games with the songs we know. So that's kind of how we get the big kids interacting with the little kids. And they love it. Everyone loves it just as much. And then they also see each other in lessons. I teach out of my home. They're, seeing each other coming and going and get really excited. I often will harness the power of a big kid coming in and get them to perform something for the big kid when they don't really want to perform for me or they're playing nervous. They're legitimately nervous, but Anybody else? It's about that time. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
You want to put your information back up? Because it came down again. You had a really beautiful screensaver, though. I don't know if, the rolling hills and stuff, it was kind of, yeah, there we go. So if you guys want to make sure you get, and you do coach people who want to, and do you have an entry point for people who may just want to have a discussion and see if what can you talk about your services really?
Oh, yeah.
In terms of,
so I have a coaching program called the Stress Free Studio, which takes you from your teaching idea to whatever your teaching offer, you want your teaching offer to look like. And we get you set up with the nuts and bolts of any studio documents, scheduling platforms, payment platforms. The entry point is the discovery call, where I get to listen to you and your teaching and how, if there's an intersection between the two of us. So you're welcome to check out my website, shoot me an email, if you jump on my website, you can schedule the call right there. I'm happy to, like, all of you could schedule a discovery call. I love talking to people about their ideas on teaching, about what they want to throw out into the world, and how they can best format it in a way that consumers want and is sustainable for you as an artist.
Highly recommend it.
Thanks.
I know a lot of people I know people who have worked with Laura, and they are now like living this. Like, if I was teaching, it would definitely be what I do.
I've got 2 people who have quit their jobs because of the reforms we've done to their studios, so now
That's awesome.
I'm really proud of that.
Laura Sinclair. I knew what I was dressed for. Just really proud of her, that's all. All right. All right, we got Victor Wooten coming up next. Don't go too far. It's going to be a quick turnaround. All right? All right, here. got exhausted. Welcome back. Ow, yeah. Before we introduce our final artist for the, I can't say weekend, it's not a week, I don't know, for the day, I guess, for the session, for the conference. Just want to say a couple of thank yous. I want to obviously thank the Duke Foundation. I want to thank the Mellon Foundation. I want to thank South Arts because I don't know if you caught what Susie said, but she's like, yeah, Drew and Eric came in, and now we do all these things. We do these conferences. This is not what was done before. Obviously, there was, like the budget we have, which I feel is quite large for such a narrow focus, which is that feedback session, that was why we could afford to do everything else. But when I saw that, it was like, I feel like we could do more with this. They also asked us to do technical assistance, but before me, it was just done on Zoom, like you just join a Zoom and we'd have and that was even post-pandemic, so we're really fortunate to be able to do this. I'm fortunate to have a management, system of executives that allows us to sort of be like, hey, what about this idea? I came in and the $2,500 for a Jazz Road Tour grant was really it was for non-musician personnel, so videographers, videographers, social media people, tour managers, agents, things like that. And I said, what about childcare? And they were like, oh, yeah, great idea, and inform the funders and make sure everyone's cool with it. So it's like, when we come up with an idea, we're allowed to do it, and I think that's such a rare thing that they're just like, yeah, whatever. And basically, as long as the stuff gets done, deadlines are met, and no one calls in complaining too much, I pretty much don't hear from anybody. We don't hear from many people. He handles the finances like a champ, Eric does. So that's obviously usually the thing that we'd hear things about, but we don't. So in addition to obviously all of the executives, like this could not happen. I know like I said, I get to stand up here, but I cannot thank Eric enough for all the work that he does. So if you guys could give it up for Eric. He's always hustling behind the scenes. I want to thank the couple F, the staff here. I want to thank all the sound people. I want to thank the guys who've been so accommodating for us. If you guys can give it up for them, give it up for this beautiful venue. It's been really wonderful, really easy to work with. Really easy to work with. And I'm hoping we get to do a lot more stuff here in the future. So this is the last thing I'm going to say because I won't be here for the end of this one. I'll see you guys at the jam. Got to go on dad duty. So hopefully I'll be able to catch as much of Victor as possible. That's why I'm kind of trying to race through all of these things. But I also want to thank all of you who decided to come down and share and be here in a position to be able to share your expertise. Just because you weren't on stage, I hope you guys all realize that what you brought to this was what made it successful, is what made the things on stage successful. And I really do hope that you guys found as much value in it. I always curate these types of things based on somewhat selfishly in terms of what I would want to learn, what I would need to learn. I have a daughter who's in music. Both of my daughters are in music. One just happens to be 10 years older than the other, who's more in music than the other one. But I'm like, well, what do I need her to learn? And I figure between what I would loved to know back when I was in school, what I need to know now, what my kids need to learn at 20 and at 11, kind of runs the gamut. And so I figure that you guys would be able to find some value. So I really do appreciate all of you guys being here. It's such a rare privilege. I'm just so grateful that we were able to not only have this event, but to be able to compensate and take care of those of you who were flexible enough to fly down and to come in from other states and to make sure that you guys were taken care of. So I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for you for even taking the time and trusting in me when I called and was like, hey man, you want to come? Like I remember calling Christian and I'm like, hey Christian, you want to come? He's like, yeah, I'm in because you're saying I'm in. It sounds cool, but I know nothing about it. Because I was calling people early on just so I wouldn't forget, because I would definitely forget, and be like, will you come? How about you? How about you? How about you? Will you come? And then all of a sudden people were calling me like, dude, what was that thing you're talking about? Sophia hit me up. It's like, is that conference thing still happening? I was like, yes, the email is going out. So I really appreciate your trust in me and your faith in me to be able to do this, and hopefully that trust and faith has paid off. I hope you guys were able, please stay in touch with each other. Please be resources for each other. I guarantee you, it may not look like a lot of people, but within this room are all the answers you need, I promise you, right? And if they don't know, somebody that they know knows them. So please, please be in touch with each other. Take care of each other. Be kind to each other tonight at the jam. I see anybody vibing anybody, I will kick you out myself. Promise you, promise you. I'd be like, well, that's about that. You know what I mean? So it's good. It was great to have you here. Tell me what, can you just go meet me outside real quick, and I'll just lock the door. You know what I mean? And then that'll be that. So there will be, the only vibe-in will be done by the 4 Vibe players who are here. That is it. Take note, you will never see 4 vibraphone players outside of a percussion festival ever again in the same place, jamming on 1 vibraphone. Anyway, so enough of me. Anything I'm forgetting, Eric? Oh, all these photographers who came out here, give it up. You're clapping now. You haven't seen the product yet. Hold on. I'm just kidding. It's going to be awesome. I've been looking at some of the stuff. If Brandon decides to, you guys are all cool if Brandon wants to interview you guys if he hasn't already, just to kind of talk about the event maybe and do some of that stuff. He's on that. But we'll be sharing it. We're not selfish with the content. If you were featured in something, I promise I will share it with you as soon as we get it. And I'll make sure you look good in it. I'll be like, I don't know about that angle. You know, maybe we won't share that but with somebody, so don't worry about that. All right, I think that's it. Thank you for all the presenters who are up here, for all the people who came just for the session, bought out time. Time is the most valuable currency I know that we have, and so for you to be sacrificing it to be here is, don't take it lightly, as he continues to drone on and take up time. All right, that being said, yeah, the next, no introduction. I will say that he did ask me to say that if you have questions while he's saying something, raise your hand. So don't wait until he says, are there any questions? If he has a question, just raise your hand. Like, he says, the bass is the best instrument ever, boom, right there, hands up. Excuse me, what do you mean by best ever, right? And then just go ahead and answer that. But that is what the one thing he did ask me to do. It's very engaging, be as engaged as possible. I just picked up his music lesson book when I was teaching with him over at his camp. Just again, I haven't read it in like 10 years, and it was just as valuable as the first time. If you haven't read the music lesson or a second book, Spirit of Music, I highly recommend it at no matter what stage of development you're in. It'll remind you of all sorts of things. And I'm really honored to call this guy a friend. I never, like the kid in me right now is freaking out. Victor Wooten.
Did I do? Yeah, okay. That last one I faked. I just stepped on the button. But, that's something that I do practice. Just practice that internal clock. See if I can know where it is even when I don't know where it is. Right, knowing where it is has gotten kind of easy, but can I lose it and still know where it is? That's just a fun thing. That's not the best piece of music that you probably ever heard. But the one thing I will say is that was free. And I just did what most of you won't do. It's not that you can't do it, you just won't. It's got to be prepared. I might mess up. I guarantee I'm going to mess up when I'm in front of you. If you come see me, I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. When I go on tour with a band, if it's my band, not so much with my brothers, because I'm the little brother. I do what they say. But with my band, before we go on, I want to hear a lot of mistakes tonight. It just lightens the load. It means you're going for something. I don't want it perfect. People can hear perfect at home on the record. I want us to let's go places. I don't want it perfect. So I practice it. practice it in front of you. Because do you really care? See, we think people want a perfect routine, and they don't. Imagine going to the circus and you pay to see the circus, right? You paid all the money, you're all excited, and you see this guy or this girl, woman, on a high wire, 50 feet in the air, on a little, half-inch wire. They're gonna walk from A to B, no net, 50 feet up. Well, here's your guarantee. If they're 50 feet up with no net, they can walk straight across. But you didn't pay to see that. Just imagine you pay for the circus, and all of a sudden, the drum roll, boom, and the person gets up there. That's the exact response he'd get, or she'd get. Because you know you didn't pay for that. It's like, you better fall or something, you know. But literally, you don't want to see them fall, but you don't want to see them do it perfect either. What you want to see them do is wobble. Because now your emotions are in it. You're not just watching, you're feeling the routine. So we're going for something that let me just go back. Everything I say is my opinion. I don't claim to be right about it, but I don't claim to be wrong either. We're all in the same room. I'm on stage. You should at least listen to it. But I believe the audience is not there to see perfection. Nobody in the world thinks they're perfect. We don't relate to it. We want to feel something. And when we do that perfect routine, it's not that we don't feel something, but we could feel more if the audience gets to see you wobble. They don't want to see you fall. And when do we really ever fall? But we try to stop the wobble. And that's what the people feel. Think about the circus. Think about sports. If they scored a touchdown every time they tried, you'd be bored. The players would find a new sport. They would enjoy it. Right? What fuels life is when things go wrong. We don't want them to, but that's the fuel. Who here talks about the time you drove through the Arizona desert and you didn't get a flat tire? You didn't run out of gas. Your air conditioner worked. You got there on time. Nobody talks about that. You talk about the time when you had 2 flats, only 1 spare. You had 300 miles to go, but the 1 spare would only take you 50 miles. Because the proof of the matter is everything we've been through, we're here to talk about it. We have a 100% track record of getting through everything. That's good odds. But it's fun to wobble. So wobble. I say practice it. Get good at it. I'm really good at wobbling. And I think people love me because they get to see me sweat. They get to see me go for it on stage. It's not perfect, it's raw. But that's what pulls you into it. That's what pulls you into it. It's that wobble. So never be afraid of it. Cool? I don't really have much of an agenda right now. I mean, I don't have anything prepared. So anytime you have a question, please ask it. A quick background for me, I'm the youngest of 5 brothers that all play music. Reggie, my oldest brother, Reggie, started teaching me when I was 2. And apparently, according to him, the same day he started teaching Joseph to play keys, Joseph was 5 when I was 2. We were living in Hawaii. And Reggie says he taught Joseph and me something one day, and we played a concert the second day. Now that concert, I do remember, it was in our front yard in Hawaii for the neighborhood. And then Reggie said we played, that was like for all the kids and stuff. But Reggie said, I don't know if it was the following night or something, we played indoors for the adults. And Reggie said we were better. When I was 2, my teacher was 10. Only 10. So So how many 10-year-olds do you know that have the know-how, the patience, the foresight, the ability to not beat up his little brothers, but to hold up his little brothers? It's a teacher right there. 3 short years later, I was 5. We had moved to California. We were the opening band for War, Oakland Coliseum. And then a few months later, maybe 6, because I think I had turned, maybe 6 months later, I think I had turned 6 by then, we were the opening band for Curtis Mayfield on his West Coast leg of his Superfly tour. So if I was 6, Reggie would have been, what, 8 years older, 14? I don't say that to point the finger at me, I say it to point the finger at Reggie. He could get his little brothers to do that. So Reggie's the oldest, played guitar. Roy, some of you know him as Future Man, the drummer with Bela Fleck and the Flecktones. Roy is less than a year younger than Reggie. 13 months later, we had a brother. I wasn't born yet, but Rudy was born. Rudy's our saxophone playing brother. Sadly, he passed away in 2010. But Rudy played 2 saxes at once, sort of like Rahsaan Roland Kirk. I don't know if Rahsaan is still in the room, but he and his twin brother were named after Rahsaan Roland Kirk. But Rudy played an alto and a C melody. I don't know if all the saxophone players remember a C melody, but he's really, really good. And the short story is that we found some old music that has Rudy on it. That's a whole nother story, but we'll be putting some of that stuff out next year. But so my method of teaching, and I don't even really like to call it teaching, because I really firmly believe the student does the teaching. We show the student what to teach themselves, but we can't make a student learn it. They got to do it. They're the teacher. I like to say we're the shower. We just show it to you. Sometimes I got to show it over and over to this person, but not this one. If I was really the teacher, everybody would learn at the same rate. And it lets me know it's not up to me. You know, but teacher, I understand it and I use it too. It's just a title. But it's really up to the student to learn. But Reggie was on to something. And I realize even to this day, my brothers teach in a way that what they teach you, you get it today. Right away, today. Reggie's idea is that if he has a 10-year-old student, that 10-year-old has been listening to music for 11 years, almost. You can't be doing anything for 10 or 11 years and not already be good at it. We're not teaching kids music. And again, everything is my opinion. And I kind of hope you disagree with it, some of it. And when you do, raise your hand and let's talk about it, because I admit I might be wrong. And I don't want to go to the next class and be wrong. So please feel free to correct me. But more than likely, we'll find out that there's more than one right answer. You can't be good at anything. You can't be bad at anything for 10 years. You're already good. In my mind, patterned by Reggie, my student is good already. I need to prove it to them or help them prove it to themselves. What we're teaching them is how to be musical through an instrument. We don't have to teach them music yet. Not the first day. Not the first week. Probably not even the first month. We want to get them playing the music that they love right away. I was told that most people who start learning music quit within 2 years. It was either 89 or 98%, I don't remember, quit within 2 years. I heard that, I'm asking myself, well, why? Is music that hard? 7 letters? Only 12 notes? If you're a bass player, there's only a few rhythms you'll ever have to read. What's so hard about it that makes people quit? And I realized I don't think it's that music's that hard. It's that when you're a beginner at something, you'll mess up. You'll get it wrong more than you get it right. And if we tell that child or that adult that they're wrong every time they're wrong, they're going to quit. What Reggie did with Joseph and me, and what I've seen him do with students at my own camps, is he's good enough to make whatever the students play, Reggie can make it sound good. And he puts that child, or the adult again, because most of my camps are 15 and up, so we get more adults than kids. I see Reggie making these people sound good right away. And then it dawned on me as an adult, seeing that that's what he did with Joseph and me. That's why we could be on tour within a few short years. Not that we're good. I mean, if I'm on tour at 5, 6, let's say I'm opening for a big band at 5, people flip out. But if you think about a child speaking a language, English or Spanish or whatever, if they can't speak by 5, we know there's a problem. So why shouldn't we be able to play an instrument? That's my thought. We should be able to do it, and we can, and we see people do it. But it's how we learn. Not everybody had brothers and things like I did. Right? Nobody, no, you know, if you didn't grow up in Spain, you know, you're going to have to work at speaking that language. But when it comes to education, I guess I'll say it this way. I want to find a way to stop losing students. Because we're losing too many. The studies show that we're just losing too many. And it should be joy, it should be fun, it should be enjoyable. So for what it's worth, let's figure that out. Let's figure that out together. How do we keep these students having fun? Yes. Thank you.
Sky here. I guess what would you say if you're not playing music, and obviously like listening to music is great, but like if you just have a child that's still in their early development, what would you do besides giving them an instrument to have them just cultivate the joy for music so even when they have the hard times, they're not just going to quit instantly?
To get them to play a music? To get them to play an
Yeah,
instrument?
like eventually you want them to play, but before you have them start playing, I guess, like what prep can you do?
Is this a student or is this my child?
We can say it's your child.
Oh man, I'm just exposing them. Right? In the same way with a language, you don't sit them down and say, hey, learn these words first. Go practice. Here, take 7 letters of the alphabet and go say them over and over. We do that in music. And I'll speak frankly, it's boring. It's like a kid wants to learn to swim, so you say, sit in your room and do this. Can't get in the water yet, maybe next month. No, you learn to swim in the water. I've never been hired to play a scale. I understand the benefit of it, but not in the beginning. We don't teach the kid to talk by teaching them the alphabet. What I would do is what our parents did for us. Before Joseph and I were born, our parents realized that Reggie, Roy, and Rudy liked music. She took them to see James Brown. James Brown's infectious. I don't know if anybody ever seen him live. I got to see him in kindergarten and first grade. Hopefully I'll never forget those concerts. Before Joseph and I were born, Reggie and Roy and Rudy were at the concert with Mom and our aunt. Reggie, Roy, and Rudy were dancing so hard in the aisles. Our parents didn't stop them. I wasn't there, but I can hear my mom saying, it's dance music, dance. James Brown's song. Sent this guy down to get them 3 little kids, brought them on stage. My brothers, at probably 5, 6, and 7, got to dance on stage with James Brown. You think they ever forget that? What do you think gonna do when they go home? They're gonna put on some James Brown music and dance. Yeah. So my parents they didn't play any instruments. They came from an old Baptist religion, primitive Baptist, no instruments allowed in the church. None. So they didn't play, but they didn't stop us from playing. So this is a long answer to say expose them. Every Sunday I can remember hearing Nina Simone and Mahalia Jackson, the Golden Gate Quartet, and all these gospel records that Mom and Dad would put on Sunday. Right? But the rest of the week was whatever. But they exposed us. So whatever you want your kids into, expose them. And I would say in the beginning, less teaching, more exposure. And the reason I say that is I look at how do we all learn to speak English? If you're born in this country, how do we learn? Were we made to practice? If we were to take the music mode, and I know I step on toes when I say this, but I don't say it if I don't believe it. That's why, correct me or question. I love it because I want to grow too. I think what a real definition of a teacher is we're just professional students. We just know how to learn. It doesn't mean we know everything. We just know how to learn, and we want to help you know how to learn. But if we took the method of learning music, the normal method, and applied it to English, you'd probably be in your 20s before you could speak clearly, and you'd be afraid to speak in front of people. And many of us wouldn't be able to talk unless we read it. But for some reason, all of us learned to do it. We're not afraid to do it, and no one's ever told you to go find your own voice. It's worth looking at these two methods and to see what we can take from one. Because we probably can't take all of it. What can we grab from one of these methods that works right away and apply to this other thing that we love? And I know at least my brother Reggie figured it out, which is how he got us playing right away. Now for me, I'm just a product of it. Now I'm not special. Well, I am special, but we're all special. But I'm not special because I play the bass. I've just done it my whole life. And I'm struggling right now. You can probably see in my finger. I have a weird thing that I hope you never have to deal with called focal dystonia, where my fingers work fine until I bring them to the bass. I bring them up to the bass, and these three fingers curl into a ball, right? Just not on purpose. Like I can make them not do it. But if I don't make them do it, they'll curl right under their neck. So it's the most frustrating thing. But it's a nice little challenge. I'm a beginner again. I have to practice. And I got to practice slowly. Like I tell students, slow down. You'll get it. You'll get it. Anyway, think about this when we're learning to speak English, and I'll move on from it. No one ever teaches you. Or I'm saying English, your first language. No one ever teaches you. No one ever makes you practice. No one ever tells you what to learn first. And you're never told you're a beginner. I don't know if I said it already. You're never corrected when you're wrong. How could you learn anything like that? The answer is quickly. There's no pressure. So you learn it quickly. You don't know you're a beginner. So you're jamming with the pros all the time. When you're a beginner in English, they don't kick the baby out the room. It's not a blankie, go practice. You can't say grandpa and you say papa. Guess what grandpa's name is now? Papa. You make the baby right. Reggie did that with us. And I seen him do it with his students. Yeah. So maybe there's something that we can adopt. Short answer is expose them. What's your instrument?
Just percussion.
Percussion? How long you been playing?
I studied piano when I was really young.
How long do you play piano?
Like 4.
Excuse me?
4.
4 years?
18 years.
8? What?
18 years.
18 years playing piano. You played piano for 18 years?
I mean, like, I'm not practicing, but like, I have played a piano in my life.
For 18 years?
Yeah.
Are you good at the piano?
Decently.
Okay, imagine if I go to the doctor. Say, hey, my mom's sick, I need to bring you to a doctor. Are you a good doctor? I'm decent. Exactly. What do you want that doctor to say? I'm great. Now, does that sound egotistical if the doctor says, I'm a great doctor? If he says, now, you know that doctor up the street? He sucks. I can out-surgery that dude. That sounds weird, right? But don't you want the doctor to say, I'm good? Can you do anything for 18 years and not be good at it? No, even if you procrastinate for 18 years, you're good at it. But what stops us from saying it? Say it again. Comparison. But who's been comparing you?
Yourself.
Your teachers first. You got to pass grades. That guy got an A, he got a 90, you got an 80. It starts right around with education. Okay? Starting to see the problem? You've been playing 18 years and can't tell me you're good. We got to fix that. If I want a piano player, do you think I want to hire a decent one or a good one? A good one, right? So you want me to believe in you the way you don't even believe in you. You want your audience to believe something you don't even believe. Come on now, we got to fix that. You got the only fingerprint in the history of humankind, past, present, future. The only fingerprint that you have, never been here before. You're special. You don't have to do anything to be special. You were born special. In that inkling of a moment that you were born, or you appeared as a whatever it is, everybody in here is old enough, we can talk. You know something chose you to be here. I don't care what you call it. Could have been you, could have been something, but there was a moment, a spark or something, and you were there. You've already won the biggest lottery, race, competition you'll ever enter into. The most important one you've already won. And that victory is not dependent upon what you do next. You can veg out on your couch for 100 years. No one can take your victory away. And here's proof right there. But believe it or not, most of you will go your whole life and not claim that victory and say, I'm good. Saying I'm good doesn't mean you're not good. But if you ask me are you a good bassist? I'm going to say, no, I'm a great bassist. Ask my brothers, they'll tell you the same thing. But at the same time, I'll say, but I'm no better than you. If someone wants Tasia to play bass on their record, they can't call me. No matter how good you might think I am or how good Scott is, we ain't good enough to be you. So you have something. When you going to claim it? One of my favorite sayings says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So you've been playing 18 years, you should have claimed it 18 years ago. Next best time is now. How long you been playing piano?
18, yeah.
You a good piano player?
Well, I switched to percussion in high school.
Listen to the question. Are you a good piano? Are you a good piano player?
Yes.
Does that sound egotistical? That's what we're looking for, right there. The more you claim it, the easier it'll get. It's already true. It's already true. But you're not claiming it yet. But I guarantee you this. Once you claim it and keep claiming it and it becomes real, your life will change. Your life will change because you will walk differently. Everything you do, you will ooze. Haven't you seen people who just walk in the room and you look at them and you say, I don't know who that is, but that's somebody. That person knows who they are. You've seen that, right? Yeah? Somebody give them, is there a mic back there? Oh, we'll come right back to you. I want him to go with what just popped into your head. But stay close because we're going to get your thought too. Yeah.
Oh, mic check. Do you define good, correct, and perfect differently? Because I really appreciate this conversation, and I think what leads folks to not claim their inherent goodness or greatness is if we conflate that with being perfect, or if we conflate that with being correct. So I'm curious.
Basically, the answer depends on who's judging. Am I trying to pass this audition? Or am I playing in the moment of the night? In the moment of the night, everything I do is perfect. Because I did it. Could I do it better? I sure hope so. Even if it was perfect. Yeah, I'm not going to sit there, oh, that was bad. Oh man, don't do. Who wants to live there? And don't most of us? Perfect doesn't mean it can't get better. It doesn't mean that. That's why we grow. Isn't your baby? I saw beautiful twins. Those twins are perfect, aren't they? Are they going to look the same 5 years from now? So are you going to tell me they weren't perfect then? They're perfect now? What perfect is change. What death is no change. Okay? So what is perfect? The final thing? Music is like, the search for music is like trying to count to infinity. Okay? Doesn't matter how far you've gone, you are no closer to the end. You can't get any closer to the end, because there is no end. You can get further from the beginning. So every once in a while you look back and you see where you've gone. Because we're always looking forward, we don't think we've progressed. We think that what I just did was so horrible. It wasn't. It was you in that moment, and you're perfectly you. But that moment don't exist anymore. You're perfect now. So to me, I'm going to use a religious thing that my mom would always say. I don't mean to step on anybody's religion. But Mom would always say, God didn't make any mistakes. And she said, especially didn't make a mistake with you. That's what she would say to us 5 boys. Boy, we loved ourselves. Because she told us, God didn't make a mistake, especially not with you. Didn't with you either. Even with that ugly note you played. Didn't Miles Davis make that beautiful? Right before Miles, if you think about it, all the horn trumpet players were like Louis Armstrong. They played these powerful, big notes. Miles was like, you could hear the spit in the valve. Whatever the most wrong note in the chord, he'd play that. Turn his back. He made all of this wrong stuff right because Miles knew who he was. And I could go further and say he didn't even care what you thought about him. Miles was a powerful man. And it's also true about all your heroes. They know who they are. The world is waiting for you to find out who you are. That's what the world is waiting for. They're waiting for you. They have we got Marcus Miller, we got Stanley, Jocko, whatever instrument. We got those people. The world is waiting on you. But if you can't even tell me that you're good, you waiting too. When we were kids, we were not waiting. I was lucky enough to have unbelievable parents. I can remember as a little child, our parents, my mom especially, saying, you boys are already successful. The rest of the world, they just don't know it yet. So our success wasn't dependent upon what you thought of us. It was 100% dependent upon what we thought of ourselves. Don't you know a lot of successful people who don't like themselves? Some of them even commit suicide, as sad as that is. Seems like they have everything. Our parents took care of that in the beginning. You love yourself. They also knew what 5 black boys were facing in the 50s and 60s. If we didn't know who we were, the world was going to tell us, and they probably weren't going to tell us the truth. So they made us know. So our brothers, and myself included, we sound borderline egotistical. And we are. But most of you don't realize what the word ego means. And your homework is to look it up. I don't need to see the homework, but look it up. And you'll never want to leave your ego at the door. Your ego means a sense of yourself, knowing your self-worth. And everyone in this world is worthy. Don't leave that anywhere. I hire you because of who you are. You get hired because of who you are. I could hire that person, but I want you. That's ego. Now, when your self-worth is better than everybody else's, that's the overinflated ego. But ego is never something you want to leave outside. You want to know who you are. And I was lucky enough to learn that as a child. Thank you for the question. Yeah. I hope I even answered it. Yes?
Well, my question has evolved because you answered like 3 different questions in the past 2 questions. But I guess now I'm wondering, were you always comfortable with the wobble, or did you have a moment in your life where you were not so?
I'm not comfortable with the wobble right now because of, my fingers And I know people expect me to be a different Victor Wooten, a younger Victor Wooten, and I'm not that Victor Wooten right now. I don't have that ability. So I'm having to deal with that, and it's playing some games with my mind, but there's a part of me that likes it. Because playing bass is just easy. It's always been easy, and all of a sudden I gotta work at it again. So there's a part of me that's like, man, you know. But there's a part of it that's like, yeah, this is kind of cool. This is kind of a challenge, you know? And I've met all these people, because I don't mind talking about my focal dystonia, and I've met a lot of people from all walks of life, not just musicians, who have confided in me that they have it too, and together we're doing these studies and we're figuring it out. And I believe we're gonna find a cure. I really do, because there's some people who still say there's no cure. And I'm on the mentality that if it can go wrong, it can go right. And so I think together, we're figuring it out. And it has nothing to do with my muscles. It has everything to do with the brain. Because my fingers work fine without the bass. I can do every lick, everything in my mind. But I gotta create some new synapses or whatever. So I'm working with scientists. I've been lucky enough to get to be in this whole world now of what's called music and medicine, or music therapy, or music as medicine. I've been going to conferences around the world, and they're really coming up with some good stuff. We're making some changes and some leeway. So when I was a child, though, I was not uncomfortable, because it's just, I grew up in it. You kind of learn to be uncomfortable. But I didn't learn it as a child. Now, I didn't always want to play, but I did it because, you know, I got to be with my older brothers. Every little child looks up to their older siblings. And I had four superhero brothers, and I got to be equal to them. They never treated me like a kid, especially on stage. They would treat me as a star. Reggie would give me these routines. Man, lay the bass on the floor and play it on the floor. And then get on one knee and hold it like an upright. And then when you stand up, play it behind your head, you know. So I would do it. I'm 5 or 6 or whatever. I know you're not supposed to be able to do that at that age. You're supposed to be hard or whatever. No one ever told me that. Kids have to learn that this is supposed to be hard. This is supposed to take 10 years or 4 years. You're supposed to be nervous. Kids will go out dancing in the street naked until they learn you're not supposed to. So I never learned that I was supposed to be nervous on stage, or this is supposed to be hard. So we just did it. Our parents definitely never told us that. Yeah. So I don't know if that was your question. But do I get nervous? Yes. And to me, my mom would always say, never say what you're not going to do, because that's your first step towards doing it. So I know that if I say, I don't ever get nervous, I'm going to be put in a situation. And I did get put in one. It wasn't for saying that, but it was a great thing where I was hired to play with Chick Corea for the last of his 8 weeks of his 75th birthday celebration at the Blue Note. I was hired to play electric bass. Should have been Stanley Clarke. I don't know why it wasn't. But it was Mahavishnu meets Return to Forever. Chick Corea, John McLaughlin, Lenny White, and me on bass. I'm hired for that. He sent me the music, easy. I grew up on it. It's going to be electric bass, easy. But the week before, his bass player, Miroslav Vitos, had to cancel. No. Who's from Israel? Is it Miroslav? No. Avishai. Avishai comes. For some reason, I get them mixed up. Avishai couldn't get his visa. And I get a call to go play with Chick on Upright. But what I heard, it was the light as a feather music. And I said, I know that record. That's Upright. That's Stanley on Upright. Told my manager, call Chick back. Because I figured Chick maybe have a phone with a bunch of Victors that play bass, and he called the wrong one. I'm not even kidding. I said, call him back. Tell him he called Victor Wooten. Upright is not what I do. He called my manager back, said, I want you to do it. I'm like, whoa. So this was the Wednesday before the next Tuesday start. And he said, I'll know by Friday if I need you, if Avishai can't get his visa. I'll know by Friday. And it's Thanksgiving, so I got my mother-in-law and relatives at the house. Friday comes, I need you. I say, send me the music. I get the music, so I'm sneaking down in the studio and I'm working on it. And it doesn't seem that hard. It's not that bad. I'm playing the stuff, but something about the music don't seem right, because I know light as a feather, but it just ain't it, you know. But I'm learning it. It's cool. So Sunday, the week of the gig, I was supposed to be teaching at Berklee College of Music. I teach there a week every month. My friend, who's my boss, Steve Bailey, says, look, just come teach Monday, and then you got Tuesday, and then take a train after teaching, and you play Tuesday through Sunday. I'm saying, cool, I'll do it. So I usually fly to Boston on a Sunday night to teach Monday. I get an email on Sunday. I see that the band is Lenny White, Chick Corea, Hubert Laws, incredible flute player, Ravi Coltrane, and me on upright. But I'm looking at the email and I'm seeing all these people's names and my name too. And I'm like taking pictures of the email because I'm seeing my name with all these mega stars, people I grew up listening to, you know, Hubert Laws and everything. And then I read the email and he says, here's the 5 songs we're going to play for the first show. Here's the 5 songs for the second show. I don't recognize any of those songs. It's not that I don't really know them. I know they're Chick songs, so I know them, but it's not what I've been rehearsing. So I pulled myself out the email. I emailed back Chick. I said, Chick, this is not what I've been rehearsing. And I listed the songs I've been rehearsing. I sent it to him. My phone rings. It's Chick. He says, who sent you that music? I said, you did. He said, I sent you the wrong music. I've been rehearsing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Wrong music. Gigs Tuesday. He said, I sent you the music we're playing right now this week. I need to send you the music we're playing next week. So inside, I'm freaking out. But on the phone, I'm cool. I said, all right, just send me the right music. I'm about, I'm telling him, I'm about to go to the airport. So, if you could send it now, Mr. Korea, if you could send it now, So he sends it. I get it just quick enough to print it out, the sheet music charts, and to get the music in my phone. Fly to Boston. I always take the last flight to Boston. So I get to my room after midnight. No upright bass. I can't practice. To teach all day, and I got to get on a train. First time I get to play this music is at rehearsal, the day of the show. Nervous. Second night, I get through it. Second night, I warming up before the show, and I look out there before the first set, and I see Ron Carter's wife. Y'all know who Ron Carter is, right? Bass player, the most recorded jazz bass player ever. I see his wife in the audience, and I know she does not go out alone. So it's like I feel it. I mean, I gotta do the breathing. I gotta do all the stuff I teach. People say you teach what you most need to learn. And I'm having to do everything because, I gotta breathe and not hyperventilate. And I see this good-looking, thin, well-dressed man walking in, them long legs. He's like 80-somebody, he walks up straight. It's like royalty. And I gotta play upright bass with music I barely know in front of Ron Carter. But I did it. I survived it. We survived everything. And with my mistakes and all, I was perfectly me. I did not try to play like Ron Carter. That was the mistake I could have made. All the upright players take their picking hand and turn it sideways on a string, right? You get a bigger sound. When I do that, my groove is not 100%. So I'm not going to do that for a chick. I'm going to play electric style. If I need more low end, I'm going to turn it up on the amp. I'm not going up in the thumb position. I can't do it. I'm staying down here. I figured that Chick called me to make his music feel good, not to do all this stuff. So I stayed where I was comfortable, and I played it like me. Mistakes and all. And I got to do it. And the history books now can't say I didn't do it. So, was I perfect? I'm going to say yeah. Did I miss notes? Yeah. Could someone who could walk to the blue note with a bass played it better? Not if Chick called me. If he wanted me, he got the right person. If he wanted someone to play the upright better, he could have called anybody. But for some reason, he wanted me. The main thing I learned about that was how to borrow confidence from someone else, which is why I always do like my brother Reggie and try to show the confidence in the students that I have in you. Because you can borrow it from someone else. and I borrowed confidence from Chick. Yeah, somebody.
Hello.
Yeah, 2 questions, and I want to try something.
Okay. What are some methods that you take to build your confidence when no one is calling you, when you are maybe at your house doing the work, but that phone isn't ringing? And it's not because of, I guess, of skill, but it just may not be that season for it to get called. So what are some methods that you take to build that confidence?
Get better. Yeah. Yeah, if I don't get called today, man, I should be better tomorrow. If they wait a week, they're going to get a better Victor. Yeah. So, I mean, I can't make people call me. You got to remember, our whole career is dependent upon other people. The only thing we can do is to be worthy. It's the only thing we can work on. A lot of people want to be famous. I could go rob a bank right now. I'll be on the news tonight. And probably sell more records. But would that be worthy? Mom said it ain't enough to be trying to be famous. Be worthy of being famous. Then even if you're not famous, you've reached your goal. Aren't there a lot of famous people who probably aren't worthy of it? Be worthy. It just gives you another day to work on that. It's coming. Trust in the process. It's coming. But get better. Michael Lee, great bass player, Snarky Puppy, was at Berkeley, and someone was asking him some similar questions. And he said, if people have these 3 qualities, they're working. And I'm going to use his terms. He said, first, you got to have the goods. I mean, you got to be able to play. But who can't play these days? I see little kids playing stuff I can't play anymore. All right, because kids have access to the greats. We didn't have access when we were kids. And if we did, it was on a record, and we had to figure it out ourselves. So, got to have the goods. You have to be dependable. Okay? A lot of us don't practice that. We just practice number 1, being good. It's got to be dependable. In my classes in Berkeley, if people show up late, I say, I'm not even giving you grades in this class. I said, but if I know not to hire you if you make a habit of showing up late. I said, I'm never going to be mean to you in this class, but I will be honest. And if I sound mean, I apologize in advance. And let me know if I sound too mean, but I'm going to be honest. Because I want you to get this lesson today. Be dependable. And the third one, he said, you got to be a good hang. I mean, you got to be fun to hang out with. People want to be around and hire people they like. And in many cases, people will take a lesser musician just to hang with people they like. Because the tour bus gets small. And before you're in a tour bus, you're probably in a van. That gets really small. The stage gets small after a few months, right? The hotel, everything gets small. And what's good about you starts to fade away. This happens in any relationship. What's good about a person brings us together. What's bad about that person, which was always there, we just overlooked it, tears us apart. Because we start focusing on what's bad about it. Okay? The good stuff is still there, but we get used to it. And we start focusing on what's bad about it. So start working on those 3 things. Play well, be dependable, and be a good person. If somebody says something and it rubs you wrong, it's not their fault. You're the one that feels bad. Why? Why do I care so much about what this person thinks? Something about me. If you notice, every problem you've ever had in your life, you were there. Right? Isn't it true? We think it's out there. It's here. So to cure the problem, you cure yourself. Okay? If I'm not getting hired, and I know I have something, I don't blame other people. What can I do? Maybe like Little John said, learn more than what they ask. He showed up knowing the whole show. Instead of reaching out to Janet Jackson, I want to play with Janet, but instead of reaching out to Janet, find an MD, find a musical director. That person's approachable. Janet's not. Janet's probably not hiring the band anyway. Find out the musical director, and then find something that musical director has played on, so that when you meet that person, you say, yo, man, great gig tonight, but man, when you played on that Robert Glasper record, well, you know, I love how you, that person will go, you heard that? Yeah. Immediate friend. Well, here's my email, keep in touch. All right? A bass player did that with Corey Wong. And said, if you ever need a bass player, I'm around. Corey was going to Europe. Day before the gig, his bass player couldn't make it. Tour's still on. Corey remembered that guy. That guy did the whole tour. Now I see that guy at the NAMM show. He's got a following, boosted his career. That guy was ready. A similar question, one person said, what should I practice? Best answer I've ever heard a friend of mine say, practice for the gig you have and for the gig you want. So if you want to play with whoever, learn all their music. Be ready. So that's my first thought, is to use it as more time to prepare. But don't blame the other person. Right, you're just one bass player in a sea of many. What can I do to be worthy of playing with this person? Right? It's not what can I do to get this gig. It ain't up to me. But it's up to me to be worthy of playing that gig. My mom would say, treat life right, life will treat you right. Okay? But if you're just blaming other people, I don't know if you're treating it right. So life will give you more people to blame. But if you're working on being worthy, life will put you in the right direction. Hey, can I get 10 volunteers to come up here and sit in a chair? Kind of young. I'm just going to have a little comment. Yeah, come on up. I just need 10. Yeah, please. You don't even have to ask. I just need to fill these 10 chairs. And don't bring anything with you. Keep your hands empty.
Victor, we only got about 10 more minutes in here before they start running us out.
The clocks went back an hour, so. 10 more minutes, I'll be faster. We have space for one more. Any takers? I want you all to help me. We're going to have a competition to see who can stand up the fastest. Okay? When I count to 3, you all help me. Okay? So if I say 1, 2, 3, yeah, but fast. Okay? Ready? We're going to see who can stand up the fastest. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, fast. Everybody, fast. Sit down, have a seat. Okay, you guys help me. 1, 2, 3. Why are you standing up so slow? Fast, come on, man, fast, fast. Here we go. Just give me 1. Okay, sit down. On 3. Have a seat. No, when I count to 3. So you're showing us who not the higher, right? I'm joking, but I'm serious. Following directions, right? When I count to 3. Ready? 1, 2. Okay, stay right there. Feel what you feel right now. You feel that energy? That's how you perform. There it is. Don't lose it. Hold it. That's the energy you perform with, okay? You don't perform with the energy sitting in the back of the seat. You perform with this energy. And what this is telling you is that you can create it whenever you want. You can even hold it, right? You can hold it there if you want. I'm telling you, when you can do this and you can live that life and bring that energy, even when you're not getting, don't lose it. I want you to know that you can hold it, even when you're not getting called. Most of us will go to the back of the seat. Train yourself to go to this place. And life, universe, God, whatever you want to call it, will respond. In the same way that your teacher knows that you're trying, they're going to give you some secrets. Life will do the same thing. Does that make sense? 3. There you go. Thank you so much. Hey, we got to get out of here. Somebody give me a word to describe music. Fill in the blank. Music is beautiful love. What is it? Happiness. Music is spiritual community. Human. Music is necessary. There's no wrong answers. What else? Music is sacred. Music is awesome. Language. In the back. Music is essential. What'd you say? Healing. Music is powerful. What was that? Living. Yeah. We could keep going, but we're out of time. But check this out. I love asking this question. I've asked it around the world in different languages, and I love the answers that I get every time. But check this out. At no time, over 20 years of asking this question, have I ever asked it, and somebody said, well, music is my guitar. Music is a piano. Music is an altered scale. Music is Dorian. Music is a bass. Everybody here plays instruments, and nobody had named an instrument. We could have gone for an hour, and you wouldn't have named your instrument. So for some reason, when we're not playing, we go right to the source of what music is. As soon as I pick up the instrument, I start playing the instrument. The instrument don't make a sound. Look. It sounds just like the piano, sounds just like the saxophone when we put it down. What's beautiful about it? You. So if that's what music is to you, isn't that what you should be playing? Don't you think that's what the audience wants to hear? Shouldn't we be teaching that to the students? Now, we do need the tools to play music, but don't ever mistake the tools for music. We want the tools to disappear. In the same way, if I say, well, what do you, you're a good speaker. Oh, I speak mouth, right? It's silly, right? So what's the difference of saying I play piano? I play sax. What's the difference? That's the tool that we play through. You put it down, it doesn't make a sound. So if that's that beautiful word that you said, that's what we should be playing. We got to stop. But any questions that I've left unanswered? In the back, really quickly? Yeah, just say it, and then I'll say the.
So when you were talking about the wobble before, how you said.
When I was talking about the what?
The wobble.
The wobble, yes.
You during your upbringing, you weren't really taught that, like, there are mistakes or this or that. How would you?
No, there are mistakes. But don't forget your question. A mistake is just something I didn't mean to do. I didn't mean to play that note. I didn't mean to miss that. It doesn't mean it's wrong, though. It's just something I didn't mean to do. No, there are mistakes. I wasn't taught that there aren't. I got too many spankings to think there weren't mistakes. So keep going.
What I was trying to say is, how would you get somebody who wasn't brought up the same way as you, how would you get them to be able to think of?
Yeah, so for someone who wasn't brought up as lucky as I was with mistakes, and you don't get beat up over your mistakes, right? Start practicing with your band, okay? What we've learned is that we make a mistake, we stop, and you get good at stopping. Here's what I do with my own band. Once we know what the song's supposed to do, if we mess up, we keep going until we fix it. Once we fix it, then we stop and we say, what happened? That way we get good at fixing the mistake, not stopping. In the sport of basketball, they know every shot's not going in. They know it's not. So what do? They practice rebounding. We don't practice rebounding. And we need to. We get good at stopping. So a mistake is a bad thing. For me, it's not. Even though I didn't mean to do it. I don't let it freak me out. And again, I speak confidently because I grew up that way. Don't take it as overinflated ego. I just don't freak out over a mistake. I don't, and you don't have to either. But we've learned to, because when we were learning, we were told we were wrong every time we were wrong. But we're not told we're right every time we're right. I can get 9 notes right, miss the 10th one. You're going to tell me about the 10th one. All right? So practice, and you can start it with your band or the people you play with. Once you know what it's supposed to be, keep going until you fix it. And do that with yourself. Right? Record yourself and listen back. We're always told to transcribe other people, but we're never told to transcribe yourself. That's why most of us grow up not knowing who we are. Another thing my brother Reggie did for me when I was a kid, he would say, "Ooh, that's yours. Ain't nobody doing that." When he taught me how to use my thumb in both directions, I was a kid. We were playing Sly and the Family Stone, Everyday People. Larry Graham played one note for the whole song. I am everyday people. A lot of people don't know. It's one note the whole song. The record may be 3.5 minutes long, but on a dance floor, it might be 15 minutes long. So if I'm 6, my little 6-year-old shoulder's tired. So Reggie showed me how to use my thumb like his guitar pick. And I started figuring out, whoa, okay. I had already figured out how to, thumb and pop like Larry Graham. But I realized, man, I can go down with my thumb, up with my thumb, and then pop. And then I figured out I could pop again. I was getting all these rapid fire notes. As a kid, Reggie said, ain't nobody doing that. Work on that. That's yours. And he even said, they'll be teaching that one day. Right? He was a guy that would notice what's you and harp on. Even when a kid is in his class and Reggie's teaching a C major scale, if that kid plays a C sharp, he doesn't say, that's wrong, start over. He said, whoa, C sharp, that's the cool note. Now you're already in the back of the book. That's the note Miles Davis would play. Yo, don't forget that note. That's a cool, don't forget it. We're going to come back to that note, but right now, let's do it this way. He makes your mistake, he makes you feel good about it. Instead of saying, wrong, start over, Really makes you feel good about it. And so I was just lucky enough to grow up through that. Let me just really quickly rapid fire through some things. I just took some notes throughout this conference. The first thing I wrote is taking notes. It troubles me to not see everybody with some kind of notepad with all this incredible information that's going on for 2 days and only $20. That we're not writing down what all these experts are saying. Unless you're a savant, and I'm not, you're not going to remember all this cool stuff. And for me, I take so many notes, I just bought a digital notepad because I take notes and lose them. Because I end up writing on napkins eating napkins with Mexican juice all on it, so start taking notes. I almost guarantee you, if you're taking notes in your teacher's class and they say something, you write it down, that teacher's going to open up to you. They say, whoa, finally got a student that wants it. Right? So just start taking notes. Right? Don't waste this precious stuff you've been hearing from everybody for a full 2 days. Okay? You can't bring your A game every night, but you can raise the level of your C game. And that's what you're doing. We beat ourselves because we didn't get our A game. You're lucky if you get your A game twice a year. But your C game will probably knock people out the back of your seats if you keep working on it. Okay? We're working on our craft, we're working on our skills, we're working on our technique. The biggest thing you have to offer someone is you, who you are as a person. That's the biggest thing people want. Become a good listener, Don't feel like you have to prove your point. Say it once and be done. Right? It's who you are as a person that should take the most effort. You should put the most effort towards that. That's the biggest asset you have to offer anybody. I don't care what job it is. People want to work with people they love. If you're looking for places to play, you can do a house concert. You have a friend that would have you play in their house. It may only fit 5 people, but that's a good start. Because one of those 5 is going to come from a bigger house who will have you play at their house. Invite your friends, they'll invite theirs. There's always a place to play. For us kids, our first concert was in the front yard. But 58 years later, we're still doing it, okay? As a great bass player, Chuck Rainey said, as soon as you have an idea, the universe will create the person who can help fulfill that idea. That person just magically appears. You don't see them, could be in another country, but your idea can be fulfilled. Some of us play, especially in jazz, we play in a way that makes people listen. We play a lot of chops and everything and people listen. But the people who can play in a way that makes people feel will always win. That's why B.B. King will always be more popular than Pat Metheny or Schofield or Alan Holdsworth. You feel every note, B.B. King. Miles figured that out. He was playing the fast bebop, then he stopped doing it. I said, if you want to hear me play like that, go buy those old records. He started playing notes that you felt, and many of them were wrong. But now we'd say he's the greatest. So figure out how to play music people feel. And I'll give you a hint. Add more space. Space will draw people's emotions into your music or into what you have to say. I need to learn that. If you're having trouble sounding good with your band, have a bad playing competition. So you're already smiling. That's what will happen. And smiling is usually a no-no in jazz, right? But immediately you'll loosen up. Because there's no limit to how bad you can be. But literally do it. Play a blues and everybody take 2 bad choruses. Especially if you have students who are too locked up trying to sound too good. But first compliment them. Say, you all sound so good. You're already past the playing good test. Let's try this. We're going to have a bad playing test. You'll be shocked at how good it gets. You'll be shocked because that person finally shows up. You could do it by yourself at home. But if you do it by yourself at home, record it. You'll blow yourself away. Okay? At the Gen conference that Drew was talking about earlier, my friend Steve Beatty and I, my brother Roy, we did a whole hour lecture on just hacks of playing jazz. People teach jazz by what notes to play. Jazz isn't no different notes than bluegrass. Jazz isn't so cool it gets a 13th note. Right? It's a feel. And the more wrong notes, the better, if it feels right. So I just went through a whole bunch, just a list of hacks. And I know it made a lot of educators mad. And we did it with real musicians live. They didn't know what was going on. What was going to happen. We just brought them up on stage and boom. All of a sudden they were smiling, having fun. And after they did the bad playing competition, the audience gave them a standing ovation. So I said, which solo do you think they like better? And it's because they felt the wrong one. We listened to the good one. And you can fit the emotion of the good one in a shoebox. But if people can hear good music at home, what's going to get them off their couch, pay hard-earned money, fight traffic, to come hear you live? They want an experience. Give it to them. I do run a camp. I'm not here to sell that. But if you know, have friends that want to find out about it, the website is VIX Camps. It's VIXCAMPS. We've done it for 25 years. It's in the woods of little west of Nashville. It's different. It's not for everybody. But we have a good time. And whatever instrument you play, we will usually find someone that can handle that instrument. But for the most part, we like to teach music. And for me, if I'm focusing on music, it doesn't matter what the instrument is. So those beautiful words that you use to describe music, please don't forget those, okay? I love you all. Keep doing it. The world needs you and your fingerprint. Okay, thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks again for coming, everybody. Grab some dinner, and I guess we'll see you at the jam tonight. I guess we're getting a little bit of a later start there. Is Clauden's here? What time? 9:30ish? Cool. All right. All right. See y'all there. Same place as last night.